Okay.
Is it a warning? Eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see the content?
Yes.
Today normal lecture is in Word file.
Oh yeah. So work file means we have to work for it.
Need to work lots of things.
Yes.
Okay, now can you see properly now? Clear?
Yes, yes, yes. Very clear.
Okay, let's start. Eh?
All right. Go ahead.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu alaikum wa rasulullah. Good morning and assalamu alaikum, my dear friends and fellows and participants. Welcome back again. I hope you have a sound sleep last night and a good meal morning. And I think you already prepared a few questions. At least your brain work something and you jot down something, and we should discuss on that issue today. So if you have any question, you must inform us and raise the question in the side box. Message is better so we can discuss on it. If I continuously talking, it will continue forever. Okay, rather than if you have questions, then we can answer on that particular point. Okay, yesterday we missed few slides. We will keep it later on. Maybe if I have time today, we will show that again today or inshallah tomorrow. Okay, let's see this today's topic. The today's topic is how to write article. We all are familiar with this and we know how to write. Everyone are writers here. And we have lots of article. Somebody started, somebody matured, somebody is very efficient, and somebody is just a newcomer. So whenever we write the article, we have lots of bad experience. The experience happened when we submit article and got rejection. Submit and got rejection, submit and rejection. So sometimes we submit one article overnight, spend 3-4 hours, and then when we wake up and we see next rejection. And this is a very common thing, and everyone has the same experience. And over the time, when we get this experience, slowly, we understand why we get the rejection. What is the problem? So that is the experience. We gain the experience over the time. Not experience is not a capsule, just like a medicine, take one day, all at a time. Cannot experience gain over time. Another option is you can gain experience if you work with somebody who is experienced already. If you work somebody who knows the content, who has the idea, this your life will become very easy. You do it once and that's all. Or once you get the experience, you can do lots because there is no rejection. Whatever you write, there's the final. You submit, accept, submit, accept, submit, accept. Rather than you write and submit and get comments, rejection, again submit, get comments, rejection, again submit, and it take 2-3 years process for one article, ultimately demotivated. So there's two options. One is you take 5 years, 10 years to learn how to gain experience. Another option is you work with somebody who is already mature researcher and get instant feedback, and life will become very easy. So whenever you write an article, your perspective is an author. You write as an author perspective, your own perspective. And the reader is the reviewer, editor, and all the matured guys, the big boss, the top professors, they are the reader of the journals. They read it. And as a writer, our perception is different than a reader perception. So when we read the article, we should keep in mind that it's not for me. When we cook something, in our mind we think it's not in my taste, it's the taste of the person who will eat it. So we always try to see who is the end user, what is his view or her perception on this issue, what is her taste or his taste on this issue. So we should keep in mind the taste of the editor is the first part here. Who is the reader of your article? The editor. The first reader is the editor. And who is the editor? Oh, he is the big guy. He is the master of that field because he read articles every day. So many articles. He read so many articles from the scratch to the published content because he need to handle lots of articles and articles from all over the world, all types of mistakes and all types of activities, ideas, and creativity, innovation in the content. So a editor on an average read 500 article to 1000 article in a year. So he is the master on that field. So it is not easy to convince this guy. As an author, our first audience is the editor. We should keep in mind that who will read my article? The editor. If editor satisfied, if he's satisfied, then the rest life is easy. Who read or who don't read, that's not a matter. It will publish. But if he's not satisfied, it will not see the light anymore in the life. So our target should be the editor, the first target. He is the first guard. So if we can pass this barrier, then next guard is the reviewers. And reviewer is somehow luck also involved in the case of reviewer. We don't know who is the reviewer. Maybe reviewer like me, maybe reviewer like a student, PhD student, or maybe reviewer in big university, top school professor. It depends. And it depends also luck, because reviewer is not the editor. He's author like you and me. So his perception, his understanding, some reviewer like me are very author friendly. Okay, if we know author make the mistake because we are human, we grow over the time, we need experience. Nobody, if we are the person who write the first time and publish in the instantly, then we don't need to go review process. Review process is for the improvement. So there should be scope of improvement. Keep the comments, keep the sympathy with the author because he fight with this article long time. But most of the cases it doesn't work. We have lots of sympathy with the author because we are also author, but we have no scope go out of the scientific approach. So as an author, our concern should be there, how can I convince the editor and the reviewer? And they're the very expert guy in this field. And both of them are very friendly. We sometimes think that the editors are very rude person. It's not like that. Some editors are very friendly, and some editors treat us like a child. Some editors write so detailed, especially the European editors. I found what they wrote, oh, it's so elaborative, like I'm an undergraduate student. He explained everything. And now in the pandemic, I see the language of the journal changes. They are too much sympathized to the authors. They understand that everyone is going in too much mental pressure. So they try to make us cool first and then say rejected. So we will come the process tomorrow class, inshallah. Today we discuss how we manage the manuscript. And it's a big thing and long discussion. There are too many things to discuss. And let's start, okay? So in a manuscript, every journal has their own format of writing the manuscript. Even same publisher, but journals make their own style of formatting, arrangement, content, and word size. So it depends on journal and editor. Some cases publisher give a general guideline, but ultimately it depends on the editor or the journal by convention, how they practice it. And it also depends on type of manuscript. There are several types of article. So it is not just, we think article means only the research article. There are many types of article like research article, review article, commentary, letter, communication, opinion, and then other few categories. So data article, now data article is there also. You just publish the data in a format of article. There are lots of things coming. This is a new thing, data article. And every journal or every publisher has their guideline, and especially the publisher make another section for author. They give very details about the author resource, how improve the authors. But we, the authors, are so busy, has no time to look at this. Okay. So that's why we need to come in a workshop. Some guy who compile all of these things and show us in an easy format. The journals, when they give the author's guideline or the author's improvement section is different. That is not the journal guideline. That give the publisher. Suppose the MRL give only one side, mention all of their journals. It's a general discussion. How to improve the author's quality, how to improve the author's understanding about writing. That's not the guideline of journal. And Elsevier also his author's resource area that authors read it and get idea how to improve it. So all publishers have the different website where it shows how authors can improve themselves. This is no link with the journal formatting. So when publisher give a author's resource, they actually make it the common format for all discipline, all of their journals. So their journals are in all disciplines. And when they give a general discussions, they are mostly biased on science, because most of the journals are in science field. So they focus on experimental writing, how to write more on experimental issue. So when I go through these author resource issues, then I found that mostly they focus on science field, and science field is definitely different than the social science. I mean, the experimental science or natural science or engineering or medicals, they are completely different in the forms of social science or business. So here I try to figure out the things that we need for the social sciences. So first I go through the way we arrange a article. So this one is for research article or review article, for empirical works and review works. The other types of works normally we don't do by the very top guys, the professors. Suppose those who write the communication or write the letter or write opinion or write the correspondence. So these are different sort of article, but they are mostly for the top guy. Even we write, we have very high chance to get rejection. And most of them are invited articles. So editor requests some big professor, please write on this topic. So he write a letter, one page, 500 words, that's all. And this publishes article. But with the normal guy, we publish review articles or empirical articles. So let's see what's the content we need to pick in our article. And Again, this is nothing fixed. There are lots of flexibility, and even you can follow in your way whatever you like. You can arrange the manuscript as your way, and end of the day you should come with this thing, because this is based on my experience, and I tried my best to reduce my time requirement. So this is the most shortcut way. If you don't believe, you will get it by experience. This is the most efficient way and most shortcut way to save your time. Otherwise, you will do it, but after long way, after a long journey, you must come here. If you miss something, you get rejection, and then you adjust it over the time, over the time you adjust. You get lots of comments, and you adjust and again adjust and adjust. And it takes 2 years. After 2 years, whatever you prepare, that is like this one. So my suggestion is start with this thing. Prepare your brain. You must follow this format or this approach. That will ultimately save you time. If you follow this, you prepare your manuscript in this direction and you submit it, you get accepted. Very easy life. You have no need to move again and again and again, journal to journals, adjustment after adjustment. And if you do that, actually it kill your time. So let's see how much thing you can organize it. You can lump something, you can remove something. It's a open space, no problem. There is no mandatory issue here. But end of the day, you come back again. You may come back again if the editor wants. So there are few points of view. One is editorial point of view. One is reviewer's point of view, and another the writer's point of view. So when we write our own point of view as a author. But when it read by editor look his points of view. So if I get his points of view, then I incorporate them in my manuscript. It's very easy to convince him. And then if I know the reviewer's view and I incorporate them in the manuscript, then it's easy to get accepted. So it is not for my own satisfaction as an author, but it is the objective what I want. I want to get easy publication, follow the procedures. Okay, let's start with the title. Title should be attractive. It's not 3 pages long or 3 line long. It's very short. One thing you must remember, the page of journal is very expensive. Expensive in terms of your time, editor's time, reviewer's time, and the reader's time. It's very expensive. Our time is very valuable. The editor's time, reviewer's time, and all the reader's time is very valuable. Make your article very short, very precise, to the point. Whole over the article, everything, not a wastage of word, not increase any extra word, useless word. That's, if you can short the word, short it. Short as much as possible. So this is the very important requirement. Start with the title, make it short, lucrative, and it should be representing the article. So it's not like a half a phrase that can represent only the introductions and it has no link with the findings. So it should be a understanding matter that what are you doing in the article. Because most of the cases, 90% author only see the title. Even you whenever you search in something, you just read the title, don't go inside. If you search some topic in search engine, hundreds of pages come, but you read how many? But you read all the titles. When the title is catchy, when the title is lucrative, you go abstract. At least you go beyond the title. Otherwise, you just throw it out, no need. What happens if other people read it? You have citation. So your citation will increase if people go beyond the title. then suitable for indexing based on choice of word and orders of word. So one thing is citation is determined by the search engine. Suppose as a person, how I know who publish on this content? Previously, people go this journal, that journal, particular journal, but nowadays nobody go for any particular journal. They just use the keyword and find out what is available. So the search engine show what is available, and this is a big issue, like a miracle. If you search the same keyword, every time it show different content. If you search in Google, same keyword, every time it give you different content. If you search from your mobile, you get different content. If you search from your laptop, you get different things. If your friends are just sitting near to you, she also gets the different content. And what happened? What we read? We read what Google or Yahoo or the Bing or the other repository website show us. That's the thing. We trust on the search engine. So if the search engine appears your article, then the audience will read it. If search engine don't like your article, don't show it, then nobody will read it, nobody cite it. People never get the citation because nobody read their article, because nobody get it actually. There are millions of content in the world. In the internet is a big world and there are trillions of content on the same keyword. And every year, millions of articles published. So how your article will appear? How you get the citation? Search engine will decide you will be cited or not. So if you arrange your title in a very lucrative way and you choose the word in a very attractive manner and order of the word is very good way, then search engine show your article in the top, first one, second one, third one. And that has a long-term value. So yesterday, the moderator mentioned that I have 700,000 readers in online. Just only ResearchGate has 300,000 readers. So why people read my article? I'm a small guy. Why I have lots of audience? This is not my credit, but mostly the credit of the search engine. Search engine show my article first, so people read it. So you get the idea. You not only just convince the editor, you need to convince the search engine. So you should be technical guy. You need to understand how search engine find the word. So if you want to be smart, you need to learn lots of things, discover many issues. So choice of words and order of the word is important in the title. No abbreviation. Never use abbreviation. Suppose GDP in the title, or ASEAN or OECD. Better use full word. Don't use any jargon or terminology in very specific terminology nobody understands, only your field, very core field. Try to make it wide, easy, so people can understand, and then machine can understand and machine show it. Okay. And another option is the avoid series of title. Suppose you work yesterday, I show you work on 20 topic on 20 idea on one particular area. So what do? You write article number 1, article number 2, this is series work, or you test 5 hypotheses, this is the first hypothesis, serial 1, like this. Don't do that. There's also article like that, but this is highly discouraged. Don't do it. Every article should be a unique idea and should represent it alone. Otherwise, the problem is if the editor publish the series 1, then what happened? He is bound to publish all the series in this line. You publish series 1, then you again need to publish series 2, series 3, series 4. So journal and editor don't like this anymore. So don't use abbreviations or jargons or series title in the title list. And some journals want main title and running title. So running title is the short form of the title. Your title is a long, many words. So running title is like 27 words. So that can be appears on the top of every page of the journal. So your running title should be a short form of the main title. Then title, how we write the titles. There are a few ways. One is the indicative titles, which indicate the subject matter of the paper, but do not give indications of any result obtained or conclusion drawn. So that's the indication that I'm working on this issue. That's the title. Another one is the informative titles that give indication of result achieved and conclusion drawn, as well as the subject matter of the paper. So that's include what you found here. And as a question type title is a question, just like your research question, similar to a research question. And another is the main subtitle, which is a series types of title. Just I mentioned, scientific journals don't like this because they are somehow morally bound to publish next series. So nobody want to go in this stage. So title is very important. You get an idea. I will come later on when you write the title. Okay. Then the author details. Yesterday we missed this slide about the authors. This is very important. We should go from there. What is the author's issue? Otherwise, you'll not clear here. The authors is very sensitive matters, and that's the thing that make chaos. Okay, better I share you yesterday the slide and discuss on the this slide, at least only this one. Okay, can you see anything?
We see your words.
What file? You can see what file?
Okay, now it's a PowerPoint.
Okay.
All right.
Suitable co-authors is very important. How we determine the authors. And some cases, you know, after acceptance, we add author. And this is so bad work and so hateful work. The whole process, when you write from the beginning to the article, end of the article, you submit it, you edit everything, review process goes, everything. Where was this author? But all of a sudden, he appears after acceptance. That is very terrible, and it make the credentiality of everybody fishy. Editors make a very bad look at this issue. Everyone look a very bad look on this issue. So decide who will be the author before you submit, at least before you submit, not when you start the work. Maybe you start the work with take somebody and later on you can add another people who can contribute. But before submission, must think. Even journal asks, have you add all of the authors? You say yes. Otherwise, journal will not proceed. So if you look the publication, yesterday I tell you my story. Previously, I thought publication means knowledge contribution. Article means knowledge contribution. Knowledge is the important only thing, but it's not the only thing. Knowledge is a part of the whole contribution. One is the manuscript, another is the publication. Two are different things. So in a good publication, you need three things. One is good manuscript. Definitely you need a manuscript. That's the main core point. So knowledge contribution is the first priority. Those who contribute knowledge, they're the first prioritized person. They're the first author, second author, like this. Then come the funding. It is very true, without funding, you cannot publish in good journals. For on an average, every article, suppose I spend around 1,500 ringgit per article. Otherwise, it cannot go. We need to check English 2 times, one at the time of submission, one at the time of after a review report, final submission. So English editing, not by the local people, non-native. Okay, if we spend money for the local English editor, non-native, this is post thing. That's actually most cases not useful. Even very top journal, they ask again and again, even you check by the native speaker. But native speaker also has the level. Huh? It depends on money. If you spend $100 for an article, the guy who work on $100 for an article, he actually check it in the very normal way. And the guy who get $500 to check the same manuscript, he will check it more rigorously and he will change lots. So that's why I tell you yesterday how the Chinese people do it. They spend lots. Money matters. So if you spend, can you imagine $100 is not a small amount for many countries. $100 is 400 ringgit. And even no publisher check manuscript by $100. If you go publisher linked editor, minimum 300. That's the MRL do. Others is 400, 500, LCB are 1,500 also. You start from the 700, 800. Money is like a paper. Huh? This is big business. Just checking the English, not writing anything, not contributing any knowledge, just English is a language. So without English editing, your article will not go in good journals. Even we check it by native speaker, and then editor says, check it again. This is problem. It's not convincing because it's not goes with my reader. My readers are the people from the Harvard, Oxford, Cornell. This is a very top journal. So they don't like this English. So you need to revise it, targeting my audience. Because this article will publish, and my readers is from the top school. So it should be at the same standard of them. And this is very pathetic. Now, why we don't understand why my article is so good and still get rejection. English is the big matter. All the text rejection, initial rejection is for the English. Just for English. Editor just check one sentence, get out. This is no more relevant my journal. Even this is the best article. The knowledge is the best. But editor think I cannot make this article publishable anyways, because this guy don't know any English. His language is very poor. Otherwise, he don't submit this poor language article. This is the final submission. In the final submission, you need to convince other people. So you do all of your makeup. So whenever you do all of your makeup, that means your maximum level is this English. So what the knowledge, I don't care. It doesn't matter for me because it's not publishable at all. And I also facing the same problem as the editor. I accept this is the problem of sympathy. If you show sympathy with people, then end of the day you suffer lots, especially with the authors who are very young authors. They don't understand the fact. So I accept with the condition of English change, okay. But the problem is, oh, that's horrible. He cannot change English anyway. And 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and even he checked by his local people, it's still same. It's lots of problem. Because if you are from the third world countries, your colleagues are also from the third world countries. They are the native people. They are not the native people. They don't know English. They learn English by converting from the other language, translation. So same problem is cannot improve. And they're also not willing to spend much money. If you don't spend money, then how can you bring in native speaker English in your article? And this is very important. Otherwise, your article cannot publish. It's not go in the top journal. Because you should understand that the English, the writing, the message you send, that should be the same as the other message sent. And the receiver also should understand your message. It's not a speaking English, it's a writing English and very standard format of English. So you need to spend lots of money. But as an author, how can I get the money? So we need to find out the people who has money, who has project. There are lots of people who has project fund, and they're very busy guy. They have no time to do, and that's why they take all the postdoc. Postdoc, what they do? Postdoc write everything, do everything. The professors just check once at the final stage. That's all. Why take the postdoc? Because postdoc no need to give any instruction, no instruction at all. If you give the instruction to a postdoc, he's not a postdoc, he's a PhD student. Change the postdoc. So postdoc means he already learned it and he go through all the process and he is a young master. Okay. So in that cases, we need to go find somebody who has the fund. I share my experience yesterday that if I engage my supervisors, then they give the fund, spend the money, and I have another 60 article in Scopus, suppose. And that will be benefited for my whole career. So based on my lack of understanding, I didn't include them because I thought their contribution is nothing in the article. Why? So that's a big problem. We learn lots of things over experience, and that's a horrible experience. And we suffer for that for the whole life. So add the people who has the money, who can spend the money, who can improve the article, who can spend money for the publication fee. There are lots of publication fee needed in journals, open access journals, or even if you go for a special issue, or if you go through a conference, a special issue through a conference, you need to spend money. And some cases you are the busy guy and you do maximum your capacity. You have no scope to improve or no time to work on it. So you need extra help. The RA is needed. Suppose you don't know the estimation, so you need some research assistant who do the estimation, or the data collections, or others informal cost means there are lots of cost involved in case of the through conference, through a special issue, or a special arrangement. So money is a big deal here nowadays, publication. How Chinese people publish so much? Because money matters. How we get the money? Add somebody who has the money. This is also a contribution. If you have problem, write the author statement. In the author statement, mention who contribute what. If anybody contribute for money, right? He just contribute for money. He contribute for finance. Fine, but you need to add it. Otherwise, your life will be miserable. You just move here and there, this journal, that journal. Nobody likes this. And then another important is the connection network. From the third world countries, very difficult to convince editor. You need to add a person who is from the first world country, or who has good connection, who has good network. The world is now network everywhere. And the more top journal you go, you need more strong network. If you consider the American Economic Review, look at the capacity. It's not the quality, capacity. How many they can publish? Suppose they can publish 5 issues in 1 year, every issue 10 articles, so total publish 50 articles in a year. If every article has 3 authors, they can accommodate only 150 authors in a year. That's all. But who target American Economic Review? All the big professors from Harvard, Oxford, Cornell, Yale. So how much professors are available in Harvard who target American Economic Review? At least economics, business, you can find more than 1,000 giant professors, big professor in Harvard. And we cannot distinguish the writing of a Harvard professor and a MIT professor, or a MIT professor and Oxford professor. Their writing is almost same. Even not 1920, almost 20.99. Very close, same standard of writing. But who can publish there? Networking is very important. Connection is very important. The more top journal you go, you need connection. And yesterday I mentioned there are lots of ethical issues here, and lots of transaction is here. That's called the informal cost. Many informal cost is involved here. But we are the small guy, we have no need to think about this issue. We are still struggling with these scoopers. The most horrible things is this world is still fighting for scoopers. Okay. Then find out the people who are expert and can help you in the article. Okay. So there will be a co-author who contribute in the knowledge. And similar, smartly negotiate with your co-author about contribution, about the timing they give for it, and the author position. It should be position, okay? It's a spelling mistake. And the commitment. Then always focus building relationship. If you build a relationship, you can make a strong team. You can publish long, you can go long journey. Developing a good relationship, good team, good understanding is more important than publishing 2-3 articles. Because if you have a strong network, there will be a team. I work with lots of people. Some people work only 1 article, 2 articles, that's all finished. These are wastes of my time and their time. Because I don't want anyone work for 1 article. That means he just killed my time. What the investment I did for him or his article is wasted. Rather than if we work last 10 years, if you work 15 articles, 20 articles, then what the input I give in your article, that's benefit for both of us. Make the long-term relationship and it will really benefit both of you. And the long-term relationship will sustain only sacrifice. If you do the one-to-one calculation, okay, I do this, you do this, or I give you that much, you do that much, that will not sustain, never ever. Even in the family, husband, wife, if you calculate everything one-to-one, your family will not sustain. It's sacrifice. One day you sacrifice, one day they sacrifice. And definitely, if you sacrifice something for anybody, if he's a human being, rational person, he must sacrifice for you one day. And some people are really greedy, that's different case. And that ultimately that relation will not sustain. But sacrifice is the very basic for any sustainable relationship. And it is also important if you works for, if you help somebody or if you sacrifice something for somebody, then he will keep it in mind. It's not just for this article, life is broad, there are many other things. And he will engage you in some way you never expect. Sometimes he needs something, he involve you. He involve you for his purpose, but that will be big help for you too. So even just they need a, if he can send you a news, that's also a big thing. Some cases, news is very important. Information is very expensive. Right time, right information is very important. Just he forward you one message. That message change your life. You get a job in different place. So try to build a relationship. And relationship give you lots. Don't consider just one-to-one. One-to-one equation is not relationship. Equation is transaction. Transaction is in business. Okay? Relationship is not business. Relationship is sacrifice, understanding, and building a good team. So important for your whole life. And even you cannot work in whole of your life. After you join a university, maybe you work as the time of lecturer, senior lecturer, then no more. If you grown up, you matured, you have no time to work on article. Then who will work on article? Somebody young. And this young guy will become old one day and he need help from another young guy. So it's a circle. It's a give and take. And it doesn't mean that you always give, but it is a win-win situation. So develop a strong competency, at least one area. Better we talk about this one later on tomorrow, how you build team.
Dr. Mahmud, can I ask one question?
Yes.
Regarding the co-authors, how many is like the ideal numbers of co-authors for an article?
Okay, so in case of science, this is unlimited. Even there are science article 5,000 co-authors. The article size is the 1/10 of the list of the co-author. Science has lots of co-authors because that's very expensive research. The output is very short, but the need to watch lots of people. Even the whole lab, even 2-3 lab, and one lab has 50 people. So if you need to put the name of all the lab who built this lab. Okay, in case of science is different, and their practice is that they add lots of people. But in case of social science, we are miser people. We don't like to cite other people's because we know money. We are the money-oriented business guy. Social science people are narrow-minded somehow by convention. It is our practice by convention over the history. We always focus on low number of authors, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, maximum 4. Above the 4, we don't like that. If it is more than 4, we think something fishy. So 2 is okay, 3 is the ideal number, 4 is the maximum. 1 is also not preferable because 1 head is not better. 2 head is better than 1. So at least 2%. If you don't think 3% read this article, well, at least 3 times reviewed it. 3 author means they 3 times read it. 3% work on it. The most input are there. If you are the top guy, professor from a top school, 1 is enough. Okay, but for the normal people, we need to learn. So 3, maximum 4. So in case of the project, suppose we have project number 5. Okay, that's another problem. In case of project or in case of the PhD student supervising committee, 3%, that's the problem. So it's a negotiation. Again, it's a negotiation. Okay, some cases project you have no need to add everybody. Okay, so you should know the negotiation. Life is full of negotiation. Every time, every second we negotiate with time. We negotiate with everybody, even we negotiate with us. That's called the priority, how you set up the priority. That's the thing you need to understand by your own, who should be added, who shouldn't be added. Or some cases we need to add our boss because I need promotion. This is a very default thing, third factors. It's understandable. Okay, you need to survive. This is something. That's why I tell you the last day, the ethics is a gray area. There is some ethics. Authorship is a very gray area. How you did it, that's up to you. Okay, so if you have the ethical standard, if you have the minimum ethical standard, you understand, you know your own ethics. Ethics is something that is individual because no need to police come here. Law, for the law enforcement, police is here. For ethics, your own brain. You have a akal, you have a brain. Allah, God give you a brain and God give you understanding that what is good, what is bad, what is right, what is wrong. That's the ethics. So, but some cases we need to do it. We need survival the fast, survival the fasting. And it doesn't matter if you add somebody and you have lots of articles, you do lots of things, but if you build your network, you need to add somebody and they will make your life easy. Okay, suppose you add somebody, he give you a job in other university, or he give you a promotion, or he add you in his project in another way. Okay, so it's a win-win give and take situation. But okay, his experience is not good. Okay, this experience is very bad. That's why I tell the authorship is the most chaotic part here. It's get lots of chaos. Some people, especially the Americans, they try to deceive other people. That's very true. Too much decisive. They don't give you anything. They try to take as much as possible from the other people's. I don't like to generate it. I also work with many people, with many Americans also. But most of the cases, my experience is they're decisive somehow. This is American nature. But the European nature is different. European peoples give the value. Value is the most important to European people. American peoples no value. They understand their own interest only. By anyhow, okay. So it's depend person to person. It depends. Even we say the Muslims are very good, but actually not. Muslims are also not very good people of the world. It depends. Okay. But we like to think that Muslim brothers are very good. We feel good, but feeling is different, reality is different. So is person to person how you deal it or to whom you deal. But 3 to 4 is fine. Some cases you work, somebody works 2 person, you're a student, and you can add another one who give the fund, you get another one who has the network, then it will be very easy for publication, because there's the reality. That's the reality. Otherwise, you cannot publish. Oh, how I learned this? After getting thousands of rejection. So rejection is very favorite to me. I know I got the rejection and I love it, and I'm waiting for rejection always. Rejection, but with comments is good. Okay.
And I also have another question. Okay, someone like WhatsApp me personally wants me to ask you this question. Okay, she cannot join today. She asked, okay, how to face rejection. Paper submitted for almost 1 year in Q2, but ended rejected. Okay, kindly
Okay.
share your experience. So they waited for a long time and then suddenly it was rejected. So
Yeah.
can you please share your experience on how to cope with the situation?
Yeah.
Okay, what can we do to improve the quality of the papers?
Okay, so you need to wait from tomorrow. Okay.
Oh, okay, tomorrow session. All right.
Tomorrow session, how you publish. Okay.
All right.
So
Okay, thanks.
you can tell that guy to come tomorrow
Okay.
to see how to publish. Okay.
All right. Sure.
Okay, now here is my Word document. Okay, let's see the word. Come here again. So author's detail, when you submit and you mention the author's detail, everything. So you collect everything at first when you organize the manuscript. Otherwise, you need to jump here and there, need to ask them again and again. And author's name is a big problem, especially the Malaysian author and Middle East author, because their name included the father's name. And they also get huge confused. What should be in the last name, their name or their father's name? Okay, so it's a big chaotic, and they change several times. Okay, first time, okay, I submit this one, but suppose this one, X bin Y or X bin the Y. So Y is the first name, last name, so that's come in front. But Y is his father's name, so that's a big problem. It's not his name. So this is very chaotic. So you must decide what should be your name. And people use different types of names. Sometimes put abbreviation, sometimes put last name first. You use unique name. One name in all of your article everywhere. So people will cite you and you will get notice and your article will be spreaded well. And you will not face lots of problems. So these are the very, if you don't know your name, this is something very crazy. And I faced a lots of time this problem. Authors change their name. And when authors change their name, it's also make problem for editor. They are very much fishy. How can people change their name? Before submission, one name, after acceptance, another name. So be careful about your name, okay? An abbreviation. If you use the same thing, use everywhere, always be fixed on it. Okay, this is my name, this is my name. Whatever my name was written in certificate, whatever my name written in everywhere. But if I use academic writing or academic purposes or everywhere, if I don't use bin or binte, close it. Don't use it. Just use your name and your parents' name. That. But that's also a problem because your parents' name will come as the last name, so it will be cited first. Suppose if you use the binte and the last one is your parents' name, father's name, so it's coming from. This is a big problem. But whatever it is, be sure on it and then proceed with it. Don't change it. Then give the position, appropriate affiliation. Okay, you have lots of affiliation. Which one you use, you don't know. And sometimes 2, 3 affiliation, and sometimes use one, then it may clash with another one. Okay, make sure what you do before submission. Make clear. And if you can use 2, 3, 4 affiliation, no problem. But be clear what you want to do. Don't add something later on. Some publisher, Emerald previously don't allow you to change the affiliation, because once you submit, that means you work at that time with this institution. Okay, after 1 month, you choose the institution, you join another place. No, that's research is done on previous institution. How can you calculate it? This institutional credit? The credit should go in that institution. Okay, there are a few issues on this issue. It's always chaotic and fighting with editors after acceptance is really not good. Eh? It's bad experience. And as an editor, this is the, I think, most horrible experience. So after finish everything again, need to fight. Okay. So you give your appropriate affiliations with city and country. There are some cases now name of the university is same. So give the correct department, institution name, city and country zip code. Otherwise, who is submitting, he need to go back again and again, because one journal need one thing. That's the problem. Once you collect everything, finalize everything, then it's easy. Then email address. Okay, email address is another problematic issue. We use personal email address. I like to use personal email address because I'm not the permanent staff of the university, or I can switch the university anytime. So what will happen? My email address. And if I use different email address, then it's a chaos. Then people will not find me. So I use my personal email address. But in journal don't like personal email address. Journal like institutional email address. So decide which one you use. You need to fight with journal also. This is later on after your article accept. So you decide which email address you use and bring the ORCID file. Okay, the ORC ID. Everyone should have an ORC ID, and because this is the very important thing asked for every journal almost. So even many, sometimes it create automatically, because if you publish one article, you have one ORC ID automatically. Some cases, if anybody entry, you will get it. But the problem is the whole page is empty. Update it. Update it, because this ID is the unique for all authors. So all journal use this thing. This is one unique ID, like one is Scopus ID. This is one unique ID for everybody. But Scopus ID is problematic because it can be created 2, 3, 4 automatically. So you need to merge it. Or Scopus is not free service. It's paid. Every university cannot be at this. So ORCID ID is considered everywhere. All the journals, you need this one. If you go the top publisher with your name, they mention ORCID ID. So people will find you easily. And some journals also want Twitter account. We have to do lots of things nowadays. We are no more academicians. We are the marketing guys. We need to promote our works in many ways. Okay. So Twitter account is needed. Many journals ask for the Twitter account because they want to spread it in the social media. And social media is a new criteria to understand the impact of your article. So that's another workshop. How do you increase the impact of your article? You see the 700,000 people read my articles. Why and how? You need to do marketing. Lots of marketing is needed. Nowadays we do lots of things. So Twitter, you see there is a new thing added in all the publisher nearby your name. There is a circle, different color of circle, and in the circle you will find written 20, 1200. That means how many times your article is mentioned in the social media, in the blog, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. The point is, we write for the scientific community. Scientific community by default read our article because they are our colleagues. This is their job. But what is the contribution of this article in the society? How society get this knowledge? It's not for scientific community, it's also for the society. Society should get benefited from here. So if your article is well accepted, or you can disseminate the knowledge properly to the society, then it's sharing in the social media. So it will share lots of time in the social media. There is a new things. If you search in the Google, you'll find the dimensions. It need dimensions and alt metrics. This is something new, and there are lots of research on alt metrics. In what time you should promote your article in Twitter, or there are lots of research. So suppose in the morning you tweet, nobody read it. If you're busy with his own work, at the lunchtime you tweet it. After lunch, people come and just open and see this one, and they will like it. And whenever, this is the way how you do marketing. All things is now marketing. How you catch the people. They are your audience. You sell your product, then they will cite it, read it. So the journals also want to promote their articles, their journals, increase the visibility of the journal, so they ask for the Twitter. So automatically they do it in your Twitter. Suppose the open access journal do it, say MDPI publishers, they automatically give it in the Twitter. Okay. And now it's a big hassle to open the Twitter account. And it's not just opening, you need to maintain it, so many things. Okay. Then biography of the authors, bring the biography of the authors 100 words. Okay, it's another difficult thing. People don't know how to write a biography. They send 20-page CV. Okay, ask them very particularly to write 100 words. Okay, that should be included in the article. So if you collect it at a time, that will, your life will be easy. Okay, mention the corresponding author. Okay, yesterday I mentioned corresponding author is very critical thing. Corresponding author is very important. There are few issues. One is every university one corresponding author is from them, because corresponding author indicates this research is conducted under this university. So university get the credit. Okay, this is different types of credit rather than just the author. So everyone wants the corresponding author. So this is relevant to the institutions. So those who are affiliated with institutions, they want corresponding author. But alhamdulillah, not everyone wants this. Otherwise, it's a big chaos. Suppose we have 3 co-authors. Everyone's university wants the corresponding author, then it's not what it's not happen. How can we with all 3 the corresponding author? So it's a negotiation again. You need to negotiate with the authors. You should know your co-author, what they need, what the institution need. This is also big chaos. Do settle everything before chaos start. When article accept, then chaos is in the peak, because now it is who take the gist, everything you already achieve it. Now who get the most credit? So do it before. Or in some cases, if you give the corresponding author from the third world country, editors don't like it. Editors don't bother, an instant rejection. If you, this is true, if you add the top school guy or Western university, at least the corresponding author, then you get easy access. You have a by default favor of the editor. Okay, why you need the favor? Suppose your article is 50-50, or editors read 3 things, he like one thing, don't like another one thing. Then he decides, should I send it to review process or not? This decision is within 1 minute. Editor spend less than 1 minute on one article to decide should I send it or not. That's why some cases in Elsevier journals, you submit it, that you get 2 emails. When editor just open the file, within 1 minute you get another email, rejection. See, when editor open the file, that means you get one response that editor is handling this article, he is your handling editor. And instantly you get another email, rejected. Editor has no time to spend with you. That will come in next class tomorrow, inshallah. How editor decide? Okay, that's the publication part. Okay, so you need to be very careful about the corresponding author. If corresponding author is from the top school or developed country, they get a by default favor. Okay, but everything is not same. Everyone is not the same. Every journal is not the same. I'm talking about general practice. Exception is there. Exception is not the example. Okay, so I'm talking the general cases. So author contribution wise position. Okay, how you give the position. So the first author must do 50-60% of the whole work. Okay, second author, then 20%, third author 10%, fourth author 5%, 1%, 0%, or contribution in other form. You need to decide contribution in which form. So contributing the article, first author should be the contributing, who is the knowledge contributor. Second, maybe the money contributor, financing. Third, maybe the networking. Networking guy just the corresponding author, and third last person. Okay, now another issue is the issue of the author from the supervisor and students. Okay, yesterday I mentioned both need the first author. So normal general practice is supervisor become the last author or second author and be the corresponding author, and the student is the first author. So this is the appropriate practice, but there is still points that if the supervisor contribute lots in the article, or if his contribution is the most, if it is his idea, he arrange it, a student just work on it, then he can be the first author. or it's a negotiation with the student. Some cases, if it is from thesis article, we should prioritize our student because he also has his life. But it is outside of thesis, that means his supervisor's own thought, own idea, own project, then he should be the first author. And some cases we cannot include other people outside of the project. And that's a big problem. Some cases, even the student articles, thesis article, we cannot add outsider because many universities don't allow outside people from the supervisory committee. And that's a big problem. That's why PhD student cannot publish. This is another reason, because they cannot add the networking people, cannot add the funder people. They only he and his supervisors, and that's a problem. That's again in the cycle. And again, it is nothing about fixed. And I found my colleagues, some colleagues said, I say it's not ethical somehow, it's just too much greedy. Then they want to be the first author always. So if you and me are working, make a team, and you want to be the first author always, then how long our relationship will sustain? Cannot. It should be give and take. You may be one first time, I will be one first time, or the one article I initiate, there should be I the first author and you should be the second author, like this. Some cases it is not how much contribute I do, something it is relationship also. And some cases is humanistic ground. My colleague said, you see, I need one article as the first author, I'm stuck for promotion last 3 years, I need one article, but I cannot write one article as the first author, can you help me? That's the relationship. So ethics is something different. So when give him the first author, it's nothing. If you have a scope, give him the first author. He get a give relief, he get the promotion. And many cases, I write the article, I remove myself. Everything ready, I remove myself. Because I believe relationship is more important. We build a relationship, is not one day. Relationship, building a relationship is most important thing than money, than other any achievements. Because we are human being, we need friend, we need good wisher, well wisher, and one day they will help us. Even they don't help us, then God will help me. That's the way we survive. We need the community. So build the relationship, and this is the more problematic part. You cannot build relationship easily. Relationship is the big problem because you are dealing human being, and every human being is different. Their expectation different. Their greediness is different. People are too much greedy nowadays, and if you don't build a good relationship, then you cannot survive. And unfortunately, my friends robbed my article and published with his name. Still, we are friends. So this is the reality of this world. You cannot trust. Building a trustworthy person, building a relationship is most important thing to grow, to survive, to go in the long run. And focus on the building relationship, focus on the building network. That's very important. And it is not a one-to-one relationship. If you build a good relationship with somebody, one day he will help you. You don't know how, why, and where. Or God will help you. If you help somebody, God will help you. It's a promise. If you help you, if you remove the problem of your brother, God will remove your problem. So that's the way we do. We are human. We are human being. We should deal properly with proper understanding. Okay. Sacrifice is the most important things as the human dealings. And again, the peoples are not good people. Peoples are decisive, greedy, and they always try to deceive you, but you should be careful. You should be more diplomatic in relationship, diplomatic in negotiation. But once you build the relationship, that's fine. That's very good. I'm working with the RE people from since 2014. We published lots of articles together since 2014. And it's a continuous process. It's understanding how you develop the understanding with people. I have many authors who worked the last 10 years, 15 years. And you need to sacrifice. You sacrifice lots. Even I remove my name from the whole article. Even I read the whole article. I write everything by myself. Because some cases we need to do lots of things. It is not just the materialistic things. It's more than this world. Okay. So you will understand it, and really you will get lots if you sacrifice. Okay, that's my point. Okay, I don't give you any other hints, clue, who or who shouldn't. You should understand. The third factor is very important. Some cases you need to add your boss or some other person or some the editorial board member. That will make your life easy. And that is a contribution. So we say the face value. Huh? So in the marriage market, the most important thing is the face value. Huh? People look your face and they decided will get married or not. The first thing. In the stock market, we say the face value. Huh? The face value of an editor is huge valuable thing because he achieved this position for spending his life. He's in the end of the life. He's a big senior guy. His affiliation is very strong. And his face value is very strong. He has no need to do any work in the article, but you use his name. That's the big thing. His name is so valuable. Suppose if a Nobel laureate agree to put his name in my article, I should be very happy. Because that's a reward for me too, because my articles is at the level of the Nobel laureate. He read it and he agreed on it. So that's the way we should deal it, okay? You should deal it in very diplomatic manner. Okay, then the author. Okay, some cases we get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 author. But the problem is my colleague said that I should be the first author because people know my name. Whenever you see, suppose the alum ETL, who is the ETL? Nobody read. Nobody know who is the ETL. People know the first name only. So these are different shallow argument. Huh? Why do people need to know me? There are lots of ways to know me. Okay. This is not just some, that's why they deceive the student. Always put their name in the first. How come I'm the first author for all articles? People publish 10 articles in the year or publish 20 articles in last 2-3 years. Every article he's the first author. That means he deceived all of his co-authors. Shouldn't be. If it is from PhD thesis, must include PhD student the first author. If you contribute more, you can be the first author. If this is your idea, your contribution, then you should be the first author. Or you manage everything, you put lots of input, that's the first author. And even maybe if you build a relationship with your students or colleagues, then you can give them the first author later on. But that's why students need to build the relationship. Build your relationship. As a student, there should be another lecture, big lecture, how you be successful as a PhD student or in your learning career. It's a tertiary study career. It's not just thesis. It's lots of things. You need to survive. Thesis is just the means of certificate, but you need to survive the real life. How you survive it. There are lots of strategies. Maybe in another occasion. Okay. So here in the abstract, after the authors, so bring all the requirement of the authors in one file. Don't just jump when you submit. Oh, I need to knock him. He didn't give his university code number. Oh, that's also very big pain. Some journal wants the university postcode when submit. But I asked my co-author from the Dubai, that is UAE. He don't know the code of his university. He said the code is not used here. Even not the code mentioned in the whole website of the university. That's a big pain. And then journal asks the code. Without university code, postal code, they not proceed. And the author himself don't know what is the university postal code of his area. And then suppose this is happening in the time of the submission. I'm in the middle of the submission. Now I'm entering the author name. It's a big problem. Then I need to wait another one day. Then he said, okay, tomorrow I go office. I ask the office, what is the code, postal code? So I need to hang this work in the middle of this. So that's why bring all the required information at that fast. Then it's make easy, save you time. So in the abstract, come in the abstract. Abstract is the gist, summary. People go to read abstract. Maximum people read title, then abstract. Nobody goes in the whole article. Even except if it is a very core article, only PhD student read the article if it is needed for thesis. Otherwise, people just read the abstract. An abstract should be in the form that represent the whole article, everything. And try to write the abstract within 150 words. Because the problem is the journals, one journal like one types of formatting. So some journals said you need to submit 150 words. And they develop the system like that. If it is 151, you cannot proceed for submission. And at the middle of the submission, you need to edit your art abstract again. So that's take long time because it cannot edit instantly. So when you go to submit in the middle of the submission process, it's a big problem. So make it earlier. Try to reduce the size of 150 or 200, or make some color that if they ask, I will remove this line, or maximum 300 words, because editor read it. Editor read the abstract. First thing he read the abstract. Okay. If relevant or required, also need to give the graphical abstract. Mostly the science journal or Elsevier, they want graphical abstract. So many of us are not familiar with the graphical abstract, especially the social science and business guy. Learn it, okay? It will benefit you. If you don't know, see some journals, download the articles, then you learn it how to arrange it. This is another interesting thing we should know. If you do it, is a value. If you target the good journals at the initially, look at their criteria, look at their sample articles. Then if the journal wants this, then you design it, you learn it. Because some cases, some journalists, without submitting this, you cannot proceed. Because this is the requirement of submission. Okay. And use abstract past simple tense, past tense or present simple tense. This is some boring when I see the perfect tenses here. Past perfect tense or present perfect tense. We have very less sense of tense. Use simple past or simple present. Okay. And arrange the abstract in this format. This is the email format. And less or more if the journal expect this, if the editor expect this, but email arrange it in a proper way. They set it their own format. So you can arrange it in the abstract, give background of your work, 1 sentence or 2 sentences. Then go for objective. Background, problem, or motivation. Okay, why you need this to study? Maintain the motivation. And then clearly mention the objectives or the hypothesis of research question. Okay. Then go data and analysis method. Suppose objective is 1 sentence, problem, background, or motivation is 1 or 2 sentences. Data and analysis, this need 3 to 4 sentences. Okay, data analysis, at least 2 sentences. Okay, then findings is the biggest part. You can add 3-4 sentences and try to give value. Don't just mention the theoretical discussion. Give the value number, give the number, percentage, or the figure. Don't just give the description. Then come the novelty or significance of the study. Give the why it is important, what is your contributions, who will be the beneficial group, maybe 1 sentence or 2 sentences. Okay, in some cases they also mention the discussion, make 1 sentence. How after the findings you give the discussion of the recommendation, 1 sentence. So whatever you do, it must be within 150 or 200 hours. You should learn it how to do it. And okay, how you do it? First, bring all the things in one place, whole article. So it actually touches all the section of the article. Bring everything in one place. Now start squishing and reducing everything. And we should do it at the end of all work. So we'll go later on when we do it. Just here I show the ascending order according to the journal publication and the article. Then come the keyword. Focus on the main topic of your research. You have lots of side topics here, side issue. Don't bring them in the keyword and add 5 to 6 keyword, maximum 6 keyword. 3, 4 is also fine. But if you add 6 and you have a chance to find out it by the search engine, more indexing. Okay. Avoid overlapping keyword in the title and keyword list. Sometimes you already use the same word in the title, so don't need to avoid redundant it in the keyword list. Okay. And the keyword increase chance of appears by search engine and will give more reader and more citations. So be careful about the keyword. And there's a very interesting thing that's called the SEO, search engine optimizer, and this is a big marketing issue now. There are a group of people or business, they do SEO service, optimize your website. So suppose you are selling something, you have a website, but when people search your product, they don't see your website. So you go this search engine optimizer company, they give many keyword inside your website content. So Google will show your website at the top one or top second or within top 10. So your sales will increase because people find your website when they search in the Google engine or any other search engine, then your web page appears within the top 5. That means people will see your web page. Same as as your article, you need to give some very good keyword. So when people search in the search engine, your article appears first. Okay, that's why I have the good reader, alhamdulillah. So you need to learn lots of things. It's not just article, there are lots of issues. Okay, so how you can do this? The best, there is the option that Google gives a two websites here. I find two websites. Is the keyword planner. Okay, suppose you want to give a keyword in this website, then that will show which keyword people type in the engine, search engine. Okay, suppose the word and his similar word or the synonym, people give the word in the search engine and it's come. So all over the world, which word search most? So you will get it here, the keyword planner. They will show all the keyword, which one is the highest search, which is second search, third search, like this, the position. So people use different words, understanding the same thing. So they use different words. So you get the idea from here. Another one is the rank checker. The which word is the highest used by search engine. There are lots of things. And one thing is important, you try to know how to use the keyword in your introduction, in the title and abstract and keyword. You repeat the word in an articulated way, not just same word, but in different form. So the search engine appears you. Search engine use lots of criteria. If you want to know more, read here, search engine optimizer SEO, how it works. So they want organizing thing with the similar types of word, but you using many times. And it's not the same word or it's don't distort the meaning. And now it is the artificial intelligence is very smart. They understand lots of things. So you should learn it. Okay, you should learn it very simple. Everything cannot teach in a workshop. Maybe another workshop. Okay. Then come the highlights. You need to give, this is highlights is required for the top journals, especially Elsevier journals. They ask for 3 to 5 highlights of the articles. So you need to give 3 to 5 important issues. Highlights is not just findings, it's different issues, maybe the contribution or attraction or the data. What is the most important thing, or novelty or the objective? So you give the highlights. What is the highlights? Should be known by 3-4 sentences. And give it in a bullet form, but write as sentence. And the very tough part is this. The tough part is you need to write every sentence maximum 85 character, including space. Okay, that's the big problematic part. How can you make a space sentence with a space? This one, characteristics with a space 57. It's this one. Okay, so if you sentence a little bit big like this, see, it is already 97. Cannot, you need to reduce it up to 85, including space. Or there's the lots of things to do. And do it as early as possible before submission. Make everything ready with you. So whenever you go for cooking, if you arrange everything in front of you, then you start cooking. It's very easy and very simple and very fast. You just put everything here and always cook. But if you go for cooking, but nothing is ready, so you need to ready everything and it takes long time. Long time. If you go in the restaurant, they make everything ready earlier. You give the order, they just cook it very instantly, 2 minutes. But at your home, what do? Or you don't ready anything. You start cooking first, then you start preparing the other things. That takes long, 2-3 hours cooking. Cooking is 20 minutes job. but the arrangement is 2 hours job. So if you make all the arrangement before, your submission is 20 minutes job. Otherwise, you take 4 hours, 5 hours, 5, 6, 10 hours for one article submission. If you miss one information, you need to wait another 2 days to get that information. So ready everything together, then you can submit. It actually saves lots of time because we have lots of rejection and you need to submit again and again and again. So and another problem is nowadays, before checking by editor, there are editorial assistant, publisher will check everything and they return back articles so many times. If you don't check the format before submit and don't arrange it, they send it too much time. And 3, 4, 5 times they return back again and again and again. So it's boring for you, boring for them, and it takes lots of time, go again and again. So rather you check it and submit it instantly. So do you need a break before we go for introduction?
Yeah, but we have 2 questions in the chat box.
Oh, okay.
From Mr. Sharif. We got trouble to choose the journals. Which one is suitable to us? For example, we focus on Islamic studies, but if you want to correlate with medicine, like how to face COVID-19 on Islamic perspective, so we choose medicine journal. Some people say that it's wrong journal. So it needs clarification. Suitable journals.
Okay. Understand. Can we discuss it tomorrow? Because tomorrow whole session is on journal. Because if I give you just 1 sentence, 2 sentences, it's actually not helpful you.
Okay. Is it okay, Mr. Sharif? Yeah, join us tomorrow. Okay, another.
Because tomorrow we have a whole discussion on this issue, how you publish in journal, which journal.
Okay. Another question from Muhammad Shazwan. What is the best way to promote our articles or contributions to the industry, especially in overcoming problems or challenges?
Okay, there's the come of promotion. That's completely new workshop needed. How you promote your article. Today morning I mentioned so many things, how you need to marketing your article. So it's important. Nowadays we do marketing. It's very important. Otherwise, no citation. Nobody knows about you. And this is also included in your job requirement, KPI. Everyone should have high H index. Without H index, you have no promotion. Okay. So how you do it? It's very tricky question. How we can do marketing of our article? Okay, I already mentioned few. It will be automatic marketing. If you know automatic marketing, then your life will be easy. So automatic marketing is, if you know SOE, sorry, here I mentioned the SOE, you automatically give the code, which code is used by the search engine. You find the keyword, design your title and abstract in a way, and then search engine will promote your work. You have no need to worry about this one. Another option is tweet, Facebook, share in the blog, Twitter, Facebook. Do it, share with your friend who's working in this area. Suppose you are you work in the tourism. So you know there is a tourism center in all the university. You work in management, there is a management department in all university. Send them your work, spend time, bring RA. Don't do everything by yourself. Who do it? My RA will do it.
Hello.
Yes.
I cannot hear you.
Cannot hear me?
Hello. When I'm waiting for Vietnam, sorry, I'm late because my internet is problem. Has problem.
Okay, let me finish this one. Then, so you promote your article.
Guys,
spread your article to the people who actually who working in this field. Okay, so they will cite it. Send it to your colleague. You should know who work on this field, so they will cite your article. And in case of the industry people don't read journal, okay, but you need to collaborate with industry. So how you collaborate? Send your article to their email address. You know their email address, all the corporate email address, website is there. Send your published article to the person or talk with them, connect with them with different forum or send it to their email and ask them, okay, we can work on this issue in the industry. So actually industry people find the academicians through the publication. They also search in the online. Social science not much, but in the engineering, medical, they search in the online and they find who is the working on this topic. So they find these people and give the consultancy, because this is the business, they're the business guy, huh? They want money. So if you work for them, you develop something, they take the prototype, they take the copyright, so they will make the money, so you get the consultancy from them. So how you can link this? You can send your article to them, published article, or they will find their your published article from search engine. In both ways can. Another option is, nowadays we do lots of marketing. It's very important, because millions of articles published every year. So take a array, give some money and work array, upload your documents in many repository, and people will read it. And this can be another whole session. I have another workshop on that issue, that how you optimize your reader, how you increase your visibility, how people find you. So thousands people read your article. There are millions of articles. How people cite you, how people find you, millions of people. Why people find you? So you should need to know about this, and then you can grow. Okay. Any more question?
So far no, but again the participants ask for the slides. Can I think you can share it later, right? After our workshop.
Yeah. Yes. It's not finished yet. Okay, I'm still working on the slide. You see, last night till 3 a.m. I worked on the slide, and again from 6 a.m. to till 9 a.m. I was late in the workshop, 1 minute late. So I'm still working on the slides. It's not, it's evolving. I will share you. Okay, don't worry.
Okay.
Any other question?
Yeah, I can see Mr. Mustafa is raising his hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alhamdulillah.
Good morning, Prof. Thank you for your presentation. A very much concerned about the issue of money method, which you mentioned in your presentation, especially regards to the research ethics issues. When you mention that maybe if you have an article, you can look for a funder. Giving his money is like a contribution to your work. Or at times you just put the name of your boss or maybe your supervisor, even if he doesn't contribute anything, or even to add the name of your colleague or just a friend who doesn't contribute anything. And even though you did not discuss extensively about it, especially regard to the guest or ghost authorship and other things like that. So I would like you please to explain, and then how do you consider it looking at the research ethics? 1. 2, I can say from your presentation, Prof, that connection or networking or relationships or favoritism, it seems to be the order of today's research publication. This is just my own thinking based on what you have discussed today. Maybe I will need some clarification from you, please. And the last aspect is just has to do with the issue of the third world, which you kept mentioning from yesterday, today, and today. I would like to just a suggestion. I'm sorry to make this suggestion. If please you can stop using this word third world, because it's a little bit offensive. Somebody from Asia, from Africa, or from somewhere else, if you keep mentioning third world, he may not feel happy, like you are just stabbing him with a knife, that his country is poor or is neglected or is not wanted. At least maybe most softer word could be used, maybe developing countries or something like that. I'm sorry for this suggestion, but this is my thinking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Mustafa. You have raised 3 issues. One is the author, the ethics. I mentioned yesterday also, ethics is a gray area. Okay, and if you look at the slide, the ethics and the gray area, there's no concrete ethics on this issue. And some cases it's not just one-to-one equation. It depends on your situation, and it's not for whole life or everything. It's based on one issue, two issue, how you design the works. Even so, okay, somebody come and ask you to, okay, you include me, I just check it or read one time to your article, and I will include you in my next article. So this is one sort of collaboration. If you agree on it, you can proceed. If you don't agree, no problem. So in the event, there is an option of the credit author. There is an option written. I'll show you now. There is an option of the credit author. That means how much work done by which author. So in that place, you mention which author did what part. So that's the issue. And okay, ethics again is a gray area. Huh? It depends on how strict you are in ethics. And end of the day, some cases we are very strict on ethics and then make lots of problem. And end of the day, if you lost your job or some cases you have no contract renewal, that is more miserable than you just very strict on ethics issue. Again, it's up to you. Everyone's case is different. Huh? We cannot make it generalized. And another issue of the third world country, I'm also from third world country and I suffer from this lot. Huh? And there is nothing to shame on this issue that I'm from third world country, and this is the reality. We should accept the reality. And it doesn't mean I indicate Africa or Asia anything. Is the general established academic terminology that's third world country or first world country? Yes, developing country we can use it, but developing country, in the underdeveloped country, high developed country, or emerging country, or low developed country, there are many terminologies. Third world country is one terminology that indicate all of them together. So there is nothing shame on it or feeling bad on it, and this is the reality. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Mahmud, this is actually regarding the sharing your contributions to the industry. This is shared by Dr. Ainul Huda. Okay, sorry. Puan Rolida, can you please disable the sharing? Okay, thank you. Okay, Dr. Ainul mentioned that she wants to share her experience. Okay, LinkedIn is one of the best platforms to share your articles with the practitioners and industry experts. Okay, her trial to share her article on LinkedIn received great response from the industrial experts, practitioners, and also regulators.
Can you repeat the question and just question?
No, this is the sharing, okay, by one of the participants. I believe this is Dr. Ainul Huda. She said that, okay, sorry, just want to share my very little experience. LinkedIn is one of the best platforms to share your articles with the practitioners and industry experts. So she said that when she shared her articles on LinkedIn, she received great response from the industrial experts, practitioners, and also regulators. So I think
LinkedIn is one form of repository or social website. Like the Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn also counted in the dimensions, I think, all metrics. So you can upload your documents in the LinkedIn. And there are many repositories. So LinkedIn is a professional group. We all have the LinkedIn group, but it's very difficult to maintain. How many you can maintain? And most cases, okay. And another issue, the practitioners, how much they are interested about the academic works, this is a question. So if you go for your own marketing, target marketing, and go the particular industry, who you need, which industry you need. Suppose you want to negotiate with one industry or one company, there's not millions, not thousands. In your country, you may send your CV or send the article or the gist work, send one or two or three organization maximum, and then find the important person. Okay, one thing is you should understand that the mindset of academicians and the mindset of job holders are different. Job holders are not keen to find out you or find out your article, so they don't bother like this, and they are not academicians. Even they don't understand the article, because our article is for our people only. Nobody can understand it. Okay, so the best approach is you contact them, talk with them rather than sending email. Find their phone number. If you ask any corporate about their personal relationship officer, and then he will link you with the respected person where you need to contact. Then you can contact, communicate with email, or then contact call. face-to-face is better, or at least talk is far workable than the email. Okay, we are academicians also very much reluctant to read email and reply. What about the business? The guy don't bother about article. Okay, so send your message clearly face to face, then they will be more interested and you'll find a good way to collaborate. And LinkedIn is fine. LinkedIn is professional network, so they will find if they need. I also mentioned that when they need, they will find you, but why they will come to you rather than you go proactively and find them and mention what you have, so they will be more attractive about it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mahmood. It's already 10:45. Maybe you take 15 minutes break. Is it okay?
Okay, fine. So we'll come at 11.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, join us again at 11. And right after this break, okay, I will share attendance links. Attendance link. Okay, please fill up the link. Okay, you get the certificates right after you fill up the link. And for your ITM lectures, okay, you'll be given the jam latihan. Yeah? Okay, thank you, everyone. See you again at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Share you. People never share you what the practice is. Okay, they always talk you the bookish thing, ethical thing, the good things, but never
Yes.
talk the gray area. But they all practice the gray area. Okay, and this is very important. That's actually determined you can publish or not. And tomorrow, inshallah, we'll discuss more details on the issue. Then you will get more
Mashallah.
clear picture. Actually, it is
Okay.
practice. Okay, if you can go in against of the trend, you cannot publish. You can publish, but it will not at your expected level. In the first lecture I mentioned, suppose I publish 60 articles without a scoop article. So does it benefit me now? Because that time I was a student, I thought it's unethical, my ethic was very strong. No, I will not share with anybody, it's my work. Then who is the sufferer now? And what will I lose here if somebody read my article, give some comments and I add them, or somebody improve my article? Because I myself cannot do it. I do my best. So somebody can join with me and improve it. This is his contribution. And you understand that without money, spending, improvement is not possible. And we are not native speakers. You should realize the real life practice. Otherwise, it's very difficult to publish. That's why we, the people in this developing country, cannot publish it. We are fighting, and we don't know why we get rejection. You submit, and within 5 minutes you get the rejection, and they don't mention why. They just mention one single thing that your article doesn't match with us. This is a common language, meaning your article is not qualified. We match it. That's why we submit it. We see the scope. We see everything is same. That's why we submit it. But they said your article doesn't match with us, meaning, because these are the ready format of the letter, meaning that your article is not enough qualified to submit here. Even go for review report. Even if your article go review report, at least you have a chance. You get the comments. You have the scope to improve it. But if it is desk rejection, that you have no hope and you still lots of time, because submission in good journal is very difficult. It takes a long time.
It's very difficult, of course.
It takes a long time. It needs lots of arrangement, and they send back so many times. Suppose last 3 to 4 days I submit one article, they send me 3 times. They said reduce the word size. I send one article in Journal of Business Education. Their word limit is 4,500. Can you imagine an article 4,500, including everything, all table, graphs, reference?
How short?
4,500. My article was 11,000 word, including everything. So I need to reduce it 3 times.
Almost half of
it. Imagine how difficult it is. You can make 12,000 to 4,000. You need to reduce. You need to write everything again. Okay, and then what happens next morning after 3 times submission? The editorial assistant send me again and again, make it up to 4,500. Okay, I make it up to 4,500. The next day, editor is still not open it. Editor open it, and within 5 minutes he sent a message. Okay, your article doesn't fit with us. It's not suitable for our audience. Very nice.
Oh my God.
In the
Oh my God.
meantime, I lost 3
So-
days, at least
Yeah.
10 hours, 15 hours for this. Wasted of time. And now this 4,500 article is not useful in any other world, any other journal.
It's not. Oh,
So
because
then I
no
waste
any
time,
journal made
waste
it.
time. So that's the game is going on continuously. If
I can
anyone
see.
is a student, he can do it.
Yeah.
If you have RA, you can do it. RA do it, you pay RA, okay, no problem. RA work and he gets the payment, no problem for him. What the work he do is not the issue. But if you do it by yourself, oh, that's kill you. Huh? That's kill you.
So
Because our
honestly,
mind-
I enjoy your talk today because it's like it's reopening my eyes to understand the realities.
Yeah, we always play hide and seek here, and that's why people are the newcomer cannot get access, and this is a big problem. And nobody talk about this issue. Even those know, they never say it. Those don't know, they don't know. So they are trying and struggling, but it's useless. If you go in the wrong path 1,000 times, it still is the wrong path.
Yeah.
So it doesn't mean how much effort you put. You need to put the effort in the right way, then it will work.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Any other comments, anything, or we start?
Okay, thank
We
you.
have lots of things to share.
I think we can start. Just a reminder, okay, to all participants, please fill up the attendance forms for your certificates, and also for your ITM staff, you'll be awarded the jam latihan. Okay, so please make sure you fill up the forms for your attendance. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I think we can start now, Dr. Mahmud.
Thank you. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulullah. And welcome back, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. In this topic, author details, I missed this point. Author contribution was position, but the ghost author or guest author I mentioned. The ghost author is, we don't know, somebody who just in here. Or no, guest author is somebody we don't know who just in the article. He has no contribution, nothing is. Just we add him. And the ghost author is somebody contributed, but he is automatically out of the system. And so this is the reality is happened, and there's nothing to do it. So I talk about the American professors. They did it with me. They excluded my name from the article intentionally. Suppose what is my experience is we complete one article. The article we finish everything. We submitted few journals and we got rejection. Very nice. And then what happened? One co-author already uploaded it in the repository website, REPAC. Okay, REPAC he uploaded in the REPAC, so maybe people read it. REPAC uploaded means it is already repository published with the author's name, with the main content, everything. Then we submitted in few journals. In the meantime, the American professor excluded me and he submitted it. So when the article is in the process, then another author, the person who uploaded in the online, he sent the email to the other authors and he included me also in the email. So then I know our article is in the press. Then I reply everyone, I think you mistakenly removed my name, so I didn't get the email. Would you please check this one? And they didn't reply anybody. And then article goes in process, publication, accept everything fine. And then again, I know what is the progress. Then this American professor emailed me and he said he add his friend instead of me. He removed my name and add another American professor, his friend, and now article is accepted. So then I asked him, you people mistakenly remove my name, or you maybe mistakenly replaced by other person. This can happen. You can submit, you can make mistake. Would you justify it? Then this American professor get very angry and he said, you didn't contribute anything in the article. Rather than this guy, he contributed more than you. So I said, okay. Then I just find out the already published online repository copy. This one is already uploaded in 2 years ago. Then I just give the link and I said that you see this article we uploaded 2 years back, and see the author name and see the content, how much you change, because this one is already published. So I don't know this guy you added. So can you justify how much he contributed from that published article to now accepted one? What is the changes you made in the article, and how you removed me? Now that's American professor hot, because he cannot do anything because the article is already uploaded in the repository. So then he apologized and he said, okay, please you proceed. I apologize. Whatever you do, you like, you just write the email to editor. I accept this one, no problem. Then I said, okay, it's fine. I don't need the position. I don't need to remove that guy. Okay, fine. Just add me as a fourth author. Okay, just add me new author and mention them. One author was removed by mistakenly. So as you accept your fault, you acknowledge your mistake, you understand your mistake, that's enough for me. I don't need to remove that guy, or no need to make it chaos. Just add me as a fourth, and they add me as a fourth and gone. That's why I said that you don't know the nature of the people, how they change and how they deceive you. Okay, this one article, alhamdulillah, nothing for me, it's okay. But the point is, that's my contribution, and you cheat with me. And you're a big professor, understand? There are lots of big guys that are cheat, and they're very aggressive. So that's the problem. You should develop your team very, very cautiously and make the team so that you can work for them long term. It's a long term relationship. When you get married, you never think that I'm married for 2 years or 5 years. It's for lifetime. Okay, divorce can happen, but nobody married with the intention of divorce, except fake cases. Okay, but in general case, genuine case, it's long term. So whenever you build relationship, try to make it long term. And that's, now you guess this American professor. Okay, he's from my own country. Okay, I'm from Bangladesh. Brother get angry. I'm also from a third world country, from Bangladesh. And that's American professor also from Bangladesh, but he's working in America. He's now American citizen. Then what's happened? That guy again request me, okay, we can work. Is enough is enough. I have lots of enough messages from you. Is it not enough for me? It's not enough for me. I learned lots. So I learned the nature, and I also I worked with another American professor. That's also the same nature. They are deceiving people and try to go in the ladder with the shortcut and using the other people, and not okay. They don't believe that I grow and you also grow. Is a holistic approach. We grow together. No, they just try to grow to put their leg on your neck and go up. So that's a very bad attitude. If there is go like this, this relationship will not sustain. And ultimately, long run, people know them and they cannot grow. You get the point. You understand. If you help the other people, then other people will help you. That time I was a PhD student. Now I'm no more PhD student. That time I have only few articles. Now I don't have any few articles. When you make travel with me, that time maybe my position was inferior. But no, whole life is not the same. Very frankly, I don't have any bad feelings about this, because I got this types of attitude from many people. At least he didn't cheat or publish my work. Another guy write my article, take and publish his name or published. So there are lots of things people do, and mostly do by your friend, because they think you're a friend or you're very close people. Most cases we are hurted by the close people. Outsider people cannot hurt you because they're outsider. They don't have enough access. So that's the way, is the reality of the world. But forget this, forgive them. If you forgive them, then Allah will forgive you. You have lots of mistakes on the other side, you'll get forgiven and forgiven. Alhamdulillah, let's proceed. So in the introduction section, how we write the introduction and when should we write the introduction? This is the most critical part of the article, because this is the problem. This is the flow, how you design your argument. This is the main way of designing the argument. Why you need to do this work? Why we need this one? So if you are a PhD student, those who already passed the PhD, we know the problem statement. Problem statement is the half of the whole thesis. And this is the most problematic part of the whole thesis. The problem statement. This is the introduction is the problem statement. Very simple. What is your motivation? How you design the problem? How you progress based on the problem? Why we need this study? So most of the cases we write introduction at the end, but we write at the beginning. Okay, we start from the title. This is our practice. We start from the title, but people go in the opposite way. We'll share it later. Now let's see the introduction. In the introduction, first give the background of the study, which must be summarized concisely and move from general information, broad case worldview to the specific information, your topic. It's like a funnel. So top is the very long, as funnel, and it's go down and it narrow down to your topic. So it start with the very general cases, broad issue, and then slowly move to your point, and then explain why you are studying on this issue. In case of the empirical work, okay, this is in case of the empirical work. That means if you work on the dependent variable, independent variable, so we actually explain the dependent variable in introduction, because that's the problem. Suppose we want to explain the GDP growth of the country, what factors determine the GDP growth of the country. So we determine many independent variables that has impact on the dependent variable. So our purpose is explaining the dependent variable. Then we use different independent variable. So in the introduction, the problem is how we work on the dependent variable, how we explain it. So that should be in the introduction section. And the importance of the problem statement or motivation of the study. So you need the problem statement. In case of PhD thesis, in case of thesis, we say it is problem statement. In case of article, we say it is motivation of the study. Okay, so both are the same cases, but this is more precise and very to the point. And in case of the model-based article, just empirical works, mostly it is the issues related to the dependent variables or how to explain dependent variable. And in case of review article, it is the issue to formulate the key question of the research. Suppose it is a review article, you want to write a literature-based article, so you need to generate the questions or what the scientific issue you want to deal in the whole article. So there's the question you generate here. And from the broad topics to narrow down your topics and raise the question that what is this, or how should we do, or why we should do, or how can we improve, or what is the gap. This is like a question, a research question, and also like hypothesis. So in the review article, it is it is the formation of the question. Okay, so this is the repetition I just added next one in the morning. Okay. Then discuss the issue, discuss the result and conclusion of previously published key, relevant, and up-to-date articles. Okay, in the introduction is not literature review. Again, few journals merge introduction, literature review together. You can do it, no problem. But the best approach is you start with differently. If you start with different view, you have no need to wait and no need to get extra rejection or extra comment, because if view once is not in the same line. If you write it elaborately, everything in the perfect position, then no reviewer will tell you to separate them. Nobody will tell you. So you can separate them at the beginning. That will help you to understand, to develop the whole flow properly. But scientific article has no literature review section. Business and social science need literature review, and strong and huge literature review articles. We need a long list of literature. This is the practice of the discipline. So discuss the result and conclusion of previously published, only the key article, not all of them, key articles that relate with your hypothesis, with your objective, with your question, research question, and relevant one, and the up-to-date studies. Don't bring in 1980s or 70s or 50s article here. Bring 2020, 21, 22. What is the coming on? Huh? Okay, to explain why the current study is of significance interest of the scientific community, why the scientific community looks at this topic. So you narrow down the whole big picture to the current picture based on the key articles. And again, this is not the literature review. This is just the gist of the whole literature review section. And then mention the aim, objective, or hypothesis of the study. it depends how you formulate the things, sentence, maybe the aim or the objectives or the hypothesis style or research question, all are the same thing here. So give motivation and after give the objective. So initially you start with a broad problem, then you derive slowly come to a new narrow problem. This is the problem, we need to do it, this is very emergency, otherwise lots of big problem, we need to do it. And then your objective, I will do it, okay, or hypothesis, is it like this, okay. And then after you design the objective, then you go for the motivation, justification, why you work on this issue, what is the importance of this issue, and what is the significance of this topic, why we need to know this. Initially you mentioned the problem, then you mentioned the objective, now you said what is the importance of this, solving this problem, why I need to read this article. And this is the most key target or key interest of the editor first find this one, where is this sentence, where is the novelty of the article, because this is the thing attract the reader. Why people read this article? Because they will know this thing. What is this thing? That's the novelty, that's the significance, and what is the importance of this article, and who is the audience. So you need to mention who will be the reader of this article. Is it the policymaker, is the business people, is the academicians, or is the managers or particular country or particular industry. So you need to explain it. Or is the investor or general people, who are the target audience, okay. Explain who will be benefited from this study, or who are the target group of this study, and what is the novelty of this study, okay. Then may give a brief description of other section of the study. After you give this one, you may some article give the description that, okay, after the introduction, next section discuss about the literature review, third section discuss about the methodology. To me, it's actually useless thing, because we need to use our space properly, and journal article is very precious. It's very expensive in terms of time, so we shouldn't include this. But many journals, many reviewer also like this. They said, okay, I have no comment, but I expect you at this one, okay? Make them happy. Your job is make them happy. If you make them happy, they will make you happy by accepting your article. So follow them. So you can add it, but it has no significance in the whole article. Normally we add it in the thesis, because thesis is so long, 200 pages. So we just give a idea the audience that what is going on in which section. But in article, it's again depends on the journals or editor. You may add it or may not. Then here it is very okay. This is very important issue, is introduction, because the editor read few things from the introduction, okay. Editor read the few things from the introduction. Just 1 minute, I share the link of this group. People ask for the link. Okay. Editor looks the novelty. Editor looks the first. Editor read first paragraph, second paragraph, and last two paragraphs of the introduction section. Must read, and then decide I will go it or not. So this 4 paragraph is very important. Look this 4 paragraph very carefully and follow the format carefully, English carefully, and make them clear. This is very important. You write the clear message, what you do. Don't make ambiguous sentence, okay. Mostly the PhD students do it. They somehow the audience will understand it. It's not his responsibility. The point is, if you don't understand as an author, how can you expect the reader will understand it? It's very simple. If I don't understand what I write, then how can you understand what I write? If you don't write anything you don't understand, never ever, not even use a single word you don't understand. If you cannot explain your writing, how can other people will explain it? There's a very basic understanding. Never ever write anything that you don't understand in the whole article. If you don't understand, try to understand it, revise it, write it in your own words, so other people also understand what do you mean. Don't just edit from the literature and write something that is obviously without flow, because you write in your what do you understand. In the meantime, you add something that you don't understand meanings is outside of the flow. Okay, so then introduction section, novelty is very important. Editor read the novelty, and try to write the strong nobility, strong significance, strong contribution of this article. Okay, and then come the literature review and hypothesis development. So there are many journals, you can add both literature review and introduction together. But in business journal, no. Business journal, management journal, they expect hypothesis development. Economics journal, you can merge. The science journal, environment journal, you can merge, no problem, no need for literature review section. They ask you to merge together. But in business journal, no, you must design the hypothesis, because this is their conventional practice and develop the hypothesis. Okay, in the hypothesis development section, so firstly, literature review and hypothesis together. So give an overview situation of the variable of the studying country. So here you give an overview of what are you doing, what the other variables here. Then you develop the hypothesis. The hypothesis development for each independent to dependent variable. For each independent to the dependent variable, or present a specific debate based on findings in literature. So you can write in both ways. Maybe you can consider every independent to dependent relationship. Okay, or you can give the current debate on overall discussion, but always prefer how elaborately you mention. If you elaborately mention one by one, that is highly preferred. Your main job is make the life easy for reviewer and editor. If you make the life easy, they will not look inside. They just, okay, fine. Okay, if you do lots of makeup, get up, you're looking very beautiful, nobody tell you to wash your face and I see the real beauty. Whatever it is, oh, you're looking very nice, good. Okay, and the real beauty they'll see after marriage. Okay, okay, then give the relationship and elaborately point by point, so they can easily understand the flow of the article. And then give the empirical findings or support the debate from different countries, and then from the study sample country. Initially look the other rest of the world, what is they doing, what happened to the other countries, or what happened to the other samples. Then go your sample or your country and collect the data period, study area of country or findings and references from other related literature when you read the article. Okay, this is the thing, is very important. If I can share you some article that you can understand why business article cannot publish as a literature review article in the good journal, and why many science journals publish lots of high ranked journal literature review article. Because business literature review, we actually don't know how to organize the literature review. We just put them to support my findings, but there are lots of things to do, or we can do from the literature. Okay, if you have a time, I'll share you. So when you read the article, collect their data period, which period they consider, collect their sample country or sample area, what is their sampling, and what is the sampling, and then take their findings, take their conclusions, and take the reference list of the whole article. Okay, when you copy from something from other article, sometimes we copy lots of part from the other article from their literature review. So I take something from their literature review, copy it, put it inside my file, then I will edit it, format it, organize it. But later on, when I finalize everything, I don't find the reference. Oh, what is the citation, how I get the reference, because I forget from which article I copy it, because only that article has the reference. In that cases, copy all the references. Whenever you copy anything from any article, also copy the whole reference. No need to see which one, whole reference, copy and paste in your Word file below. So end of the day, you have suppose 20 page, 30, 50 page of reference, all the references. But when you finalize your article, you get the reference. You just use the search engine, Control F, Control V, then you get it easily which one. So copy all the reference, otherwise it's a mess, it's a big problem. If you go back again, never ever find this article, never, where you get this one, never, because it's a mess. We know it's from our experience. So copy it and put it in your Word file. Later on, you'll find it. Okay, and also collect the literature used in these articles and keep all of this reference properly, just I mentioned. And then find the concept, idea from literatures. Okay. Find the concepts or idea from the literatures. Look at the journal, report, thesis, newspaper, books. There are lots of literature. Okay, but develop. In case of developing the concept, you can look anything because there are many good concepts are written in newspaper. So to develop the concept, yesterday I mentioned, to develop the concept, you need to see, search online, anything. Develop the concept, discuss with journal, reports, thesis, newspaper, books, wherever, and friend, everybody. Even I talk with the outside people. What is the impact of the COVID? Which side is the problem? What do you feel? What is the condition of Malaysian economy? Then the local people, they are not educated, even not educated. They give some good idea, good insight, the real life insight, and they see something that we don't see because we are all in the AC room, in the air conditioned room with the filtering news. You don't see many things. Go ground, talk with people on the bottom level, grassroots level, then you'll find many ideas. They have lots of ideas. That's actually real knowledge, but we don't consider them because they're not scientific. Okay. That's why the science is now moving for the social science. You need to promote in the social media how social people deal this issue. You don't write the article just for your community, your friend, your reader, your student. No, it's for the society. So that's the new criteria. So whenever you get the idea from everywhere, but develop your literature by focusing only on good journal, especially high impact factor. This should not be ISI, this long information. So this changes lots of time. Previously it was ISI, now it is claritative analytics, but the Web of Science is fine. The company changes. Okay, especially Web of Science impact factor journals. So whenever you cite the good journals, high volume journals. Volume number one, issue number one, they use this thing. Never cite them because their quality is very low. Nobody trusts the findings. So go for the high volume journals. High volume journals, journal published by the good publisher. Suppose you cite from a article from Elsevier. Nobody asks about the quality about the Elsevier publisher. By default, it's good. Or you cite a journal, suppose the first volume, you cite a journal, the first volume, Cambridge University Press. Do you think the quality is good or bad? It's a very low volume, the first one. The publisher is Cambridge University Press, or Yale University Press, or it is Cornell University Press, or Harvard University Press. That has the quality. So look the publisher. And another thing is we are now obsessed by lots of publishing, lots of things. We actually lots of index. We don't understand which one is good, which one is bad. Tomorrow we'll discuss on this issue. But one thing you must remember: never ever take the risk to submit unknown publisher. Go Elsevier, go Emerald, go Springer, go Taylor and Francis, go Wiley, go Say, go Rutelde, Hyundai, another one is Indus Science. So and then is Frontier, MDPI. They have a strong commitment, a strong base, a strong editorial board, not fake, and they will not die. Okay, the point is they will not die. The journal you publish it after 3 years, close. The journal you publish after 3 years, blacklisted, out of the index, useless. That is a burden for of your whole life. Go publish it. Even it is the first volume from Emerald Journal, no indexing at all. Good, go there. One day it will get indexed. One day it will get impact factor. One day it will proceed because they have commitment. This publisher has commitment. They are strong. Go for selective publisher. Sometimes you cannot determine which one. Go publisher. Select the publisher. Only top publisher. Okay, and another issue is the university press. University press, if you go for the top university press, that's very difficult, very difficult. Okay, if any journals published from the Cambridge University Press, that's really very tough. Okay, but if you publish any article from Malaysian University Press, any Malaysian university, UITM Press, UUM Press, University of Malaya Press, that's a almost hidden journal. Nobody cares about this journal because these journals will also kill your article, and I'll tell you tomorrow why. why I'm not against of these journals of this university, but I will tell you this actually devaluate your works. Why and how tomorrow, inshallah. So now journal published by the good publisher and mostly from the recent 5 years publication. Don't go beyond. Whenever as a reviewer or the editor, I first go the reference section. See how many articles is just, or I use the control F 2020. Then I see how much file. I don't need to check anything, just control F in the file 2020, then it show 5. And again control F 2021, 3. Again F control F forthcoming or early site, nothing. Okay, that means, and then go little. And then if I see anything 2010, oh, very dangerous. 2000, then 1980, 1975, 65. Forget the original theory. Nobody cared the original theory. People look current work. Suppose the original theory is 1965, fine. But now this year also another article published that theory. Refer the current one who used that theory. So refer this article. I will follow this approach of this article because this published in this year. If you cite the 1960, that should be because he's the original author and this is his contribution, but the editor don't like you. So there are lots of ethics problem, and we are bothering about ethics at the author level, but in publisher level is huge, in editorial level huge. I will, if I have a chance tomorrow, inshallah, I'll discuss you. So one day your ethics will also be in the shallow in area, otherwise you cannot survive. If you think it is ethical, it is your own decision, but nobody cares your ethical decision. Everyone running in the other ground. So that's the practice. Okay. And look the 5 years. And there are some journals published forthcoming, early site. Then it's called online fast, many name. They already published, and even published 2020, all the volume already published. There are few journals in Elsevier, they already published all 2020, 22 volume. Next year, next year already fill up. So why they do it? Because they will get high citation. Because citation start to count how? H index start to count how? This year publication divided by last 3 years number of articles. Okay, like this, then they are already advanced. So what will happen? This, if this is 2020, they already published 2022 volume. When they counting the impact factor, this journal actually divided by 5 years impact factor, not 3 years. So their impact factor is very high. These are all number, all are mechanics. That's I told you yesterday. There are lots of mechanism. If you know the mechanism, you can understand what is going on. And most cases it feel fake. Okay, they have no relation with knowledge. That's why many impact factors is actually fake impact factor. Many. If you look 100,000 journals, you find it. There's a mechanics. Okay, don't obsess by the number or impact factor. Impact factor is good. At least you can have an idea which one is good, which one is bad. As a newcomer, those is fine. But if you go in the top school, good university, they don't bother for the impact factor. They want to see what is the editorial board, what is the journal reputation, what is the quality of journals. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll discuss on this issue. Then target the journals in the review, in the literature. You try to focus on the publishing. So if you take more articles from the 20 or 22, that means forthcoming article already published or forthcoming article early site. They mention early site with the DOI number. Just put the DOI, they will cite it count automatically. Or you put them online fast. Suppose one publisher name it one way, somebody says online fast, somebody says early site, but the same thing. So, or forthcoming article. So you put them. If you put article that is forthcoming, then your literature never old. At least you can survive next 2 years. Because this article is not yet published, this will publish in after 1 year, after 2 years. So in that cases, your literature is still updated. You have no need to change the literature. Even your article rejected and late for another 2 years, still your literature is up to date this year. Okay, so try to get more article from the early side and this year, or at least 2 years back, not beyond the 5 years back. Now it is 2020. Don't go beyond 2015. This is very bad credit if you go beyond 2015. And the red mark, if it is beyond 2010, before 2010 is the highly red mark. But the problem is most of our article, you see your manuscript, most of your citation is 2010, 2012, 2015. So you need to work on it, and you should know how to work on it. The one option is you write everything very nice, forget about the citation. Then after that, go and search the latest article and replace the old citation with new citation. The content is fine. Suppose see the content, who talked this issue recently, go in the Science Direct and then download recent works on the topic and replace the citation. Even editors say that replace your old theories articles by the new published articles. So the content is fine, but just reference is different. Okay, so you may log in university library and research article, search research article by using different keywords from this site. So if you can you can download articles from the Scopus, or you can see the Web of Science, or you can see the publisher, like the suppose Scopus only give the articles that is linked in the Scopus, that is already registered in the Scopus. But there are many journals that is not registered in Scopus. So how can you find them? You need to go that publisher. Suppose you go in the Taylor and Francis, the Emerald, Cambridge journals, go their site like this, or Cambridge University Press. This is one. Okay, here one thing I mentioned here, you see the UM library. I first log in. Since I first logging through my university, so that is the direct link. I can go the publisher website with my university login, so I can download it very easily. And the most important thing is the Science Direct. This is the most easiest one. Science Direct maintain the good quality, and that means the impact factor ISI journals are here. So try to search your article in Science Direct, because by default these journals are accepted, good article, good journals, and very good writers. The quality is good. So go there and search them and take the new articles and replace the old citation by new citation. Okay, and one thing is very important: don't replace whatever you like. Yeah? It should be relevant. Okay, don't be anything irrelevant. Sometimes editors or reviewers check one or two reference. A reviewer must, suppose I have a problem. Okay, what does it mean? But I want to see what the article is. Then I go to source. Okay, source title is different. Then it has no link with the journal, with this article. That is a very, very big red flag. Okay, you can also, okay, some journals articles already published or in the process of the submission, but I cannot access it. I need to buy. Even yesterday I told you, you can download by this one. If they ask the money, you can use this website, but it's not ethical. Okay, it's not ethical. So what you should do, the first thing is, because this is their business, this is their income, you are just simply ruining their business. You have no right to do that one. But we are the poor guy. Well, how can we do it? So the way is first searching the search engine, look at the repository, because authors, when they publish the article, they also upload the article in the repository, a previous version in their website, in their university website. Okay, almost all good articles, good authors from West, they upload the articles in their repository website, so you can get it easily. Search in the Google engine, or search in the SSRN, or ResearchGate or Academia, and you'll find that there are many repository websites. So many. Maybe we can conduct one workshop on this, how you can increase your visibility, citation, how you can upload your article, where should you upload article. That will give you a good idea how you can promote your article. So you can download article from there and you can cite them. Okay. Then after the literature review, first you give the literature review, and then you go the hypothesis development. This is the hypothesis development part. That means individual, independent to dependent variable, and then go give the theory. Give the major theories related to the study with reference. Okay, some reviewer want, okay, give the theory. Some reviewer is very, very old fashioned. Okay, they don't want to see the theory embedded in the other writing. They want to see the name of the theory under the theory subheading. Okay, so, and we cannot fight with the reviewer. Okay, reviewer is the boss, so do it. So he cannot tell you anything. You don't know who is the reviewer. So there are lots of things how to fight with the reviewers. Tomorrow we'll discuss on this issue. the reviewer is not always right. Okay, how to fight with them very systematically and very politely. Okay, when your wife is very angry, you need to fight with her very systematically and gently and politely. Same for other spouse too. Huh? Same, the like reviewer, when they give a very bad comments and you are very polite and gentle. Huh? Okay, we'll discuss tomorrow, inshallah. Then give the theory, what the theory relevance is. Not write too long, just one paragraph or two paragraph, mention what's the important theory relevant to this work. And then look the conceptual framework. Okay, based on the whole discussion, you draw a conceptual framework. Just write one or two sentences and draw the framework. This is the framework of your relationship, independent or dependent, or the theories or the variable, whatever you like. And business journal expect this. Okay, if you write from the economic journal, don't bother. In science journal, don't bother. But business management, they want this. This is the practice. Okay, business people wants the diagram, conceptual diagrams or theoretical diagram. They want it must. So you draw the framework. And for the student or young people, you must draw the framework. Yesterday I mentioned it. Look all the variables and then draw the framework. Framework will clear your understanding. Framework will help you to understand what is the cause and what is the effect, what is the if and what is then, what is the independent, what is the dependent, and really they are independent, dependent or not, or they are multicollinear. So if you draw the theory, then you think, you draw the framework, then you think, you see how they're interlinked. Is it really a mediating variable or moderating variable, or it should be the control variable, or it can be independent variables, or it has multicollinear with the others one. You will get everything if you draw a picture, and that's important. Huh? So management people are very organized. They do all the AC room work. Okay, management people stay under the AC room and draw everything. So if you're in the management field, business field, draw it. Okay, because if you're a reviewer from the business school, he must want it. Then go to the data, model, and method. Okay, now here I give the two things. Okay, here is, if you see this one in the introduction, is for both empirical articles and the literature article are same. Okay, only the empirical articles you need, I have mentioned here how you, what you did in the empirical, and in the literature review, no for review article, no need literature review, it's for empirical article study. Empirical means you have the data, you prove a model or something. Literature review is just review article. Okay, so in the method and model and data of the empirical article, if method will not publish, okay, nowadays we can publish method, we can publish our data. This is another article. Okay, people, Elsevier has many, all the journals of the Elsevier almost has the option to publish as data article. So that means they make another money, and all the data article is paid. Open access, you need to pay. Okay, so there are lots of way to finding business, and you also can fulfill your KPI. Okay, win-win case. And the method will not, if you don't publish your method, if you publish your method, then don't put it here details, because that will be another article. But if you don't publish the method as a new article, provide all the needed details here, so that the examiner, so the experiments or the methods could be followed by another researcher. Write it so clearly, then another PhD student can follow it very easily. Write your method section very elaborately. This is the place you can write more, but we write very less here. This is the place you explain more, and so that other researcher can follow it, other student can do the similar study. There are many students email me that I want to do the similar study of this one. Can I get the variable? Then I said, go to the appendix, just see the variable list in the appendix, because I disclose everything, all the variables. And nowadays, if you see most of the articles, they don't disclose their items, how they determine the construct. In the construct, they just say that we follow this model adapted from there and with the 5 items. So what is the item? Then how can other researchers follow you? And we'll come it later. There is lots of problems in the estimation, and most cases the estimations is not reliable. And that's so that they hide everything. If you hide, means you have problem. Okay, don't hide anything. Try to be honest, be open and honest to scientific community. But I know that lots of people, lots of articles are fake, lots of publications are fake, the data is fake, the research is fake, findings is fake, is manual. lots of things to the manually, especially the modeling cases so much. And I'm really upset to say that, and I cannot rely on many review articles. Many articles when I review them, especially from the Chinese people or China, the articles very smooth, everything perfect. So how can is everything perfect? And whenever you see everything's perfect, that means there is some manipulation, there's some problem, there's some creation. That's not the real life, is not the perfect one. Real life cannot be so much perfect. So there is the issue. Okay, we may discuss it later on. So here, data in case of the secondary data, give data sources. So what the things you need to give here, give the data sources, very detailed data source, which variable you collected from which sources, how you transform the data. Some cases data is not in the same form as you use. You need to transform it. You need to make it real term or growth term or percentage term, or you make the leg. So mention it, or you convert the data into the normal data to the log data. So mention it clearly how you do it. And then the data measurement or description, give the very description how you define the variable. Suppose you use proxy data, so mention which proxy, how this proxy represent your actual data. So very clearly mention it. And some cases you create the dummy data, so explain it how you create it. And then the data size, mention the data size, what is the sample size, or in sampling method. In case of the survey data, you must clearly mention the sampling method. It's very important. Which sampling method, how sampling method, when you collect the data, who collected data, you or array, or which location you collected data, what time you collected data. Everything is very important. Everything important for the survey data. So here I mentioned, in case of primary data, give you collect data, who collect, when collect data, and how you design the survey, how you design the sampling. Which community, because these samples should be representative of the population. You need to clarify, is it enough to represent the population? Because you are on the sampling, there are many texts of sampling, and you need to clearly describe it. And otherwise you get lots of comments, and some cases they just instantly reject. Okay, this guy has no idea how to design his experiment, so he has fault in experiment. Okay, then variables. Here you see the subheading. The first one is the data. Okay, this is the very basic thing. Then the first subheading, give all the different subheading. First give the data, how you get the data, then you go for the variables. Okay, design. In case of secondary data, describe the variable. If you any measurement or calculation done with mentioning the source. So sometimes we calculate the ratio. We have the data, we calculate the ratio. So how you calculate the ratio, or which ratio, or which data, or which sources. Even the ratio also changes based on the different sources. So you need to mention the which source, which variable from which sources. So in case of the primary study, mention how you design the questionnaire. Like, it's very important how you get the questionnaire. You just mention, I copy 3 items from 3 established publication, this, but you didn't mention the variable or other things. Just make the fishy thing. That's make problem for the reviewer. And then who check the validate the question is very important. Who validate your question and how you validate the question? It's not just only the qualitative measurement. Then your estimation say that the variables are valid, but who use the qualitative measurement is really fit with this construct. You use some items that really fit with this construct or not. So you need to check with the scholar in this field who validate your question. Need to check with somebody. And then did you run pilot study before you go on the main survey? You mention it, how you adjust the pilot question to the main question. Then you check ethical issue. This is very important. Many journals now look for the ethical issue. Whenever you deal with human, animals, or any living things, you must do the ethical consideration. There are many journals, they don't proceed without any ethical approval. Even especially the medical journals, it's very essential. You must show them the ethical approval letter or number. And there are many agencies give the ethical approval, especially the Health and Medical Association. But in our social sciences, we mentioned that our university has ethical committee, they give it. At least you mention. Otherwise, it's very problem. You cannot access in many journals, Then how you develop the items and construct. You mentions how you develop the items, how you adapt with the original items, how you change it, or give the details. Explain the items that are used for developing the construct. Okay, you also need to give them item list, but many articles don't give it. Many articles, it's a big problem. And you need to ask them, and make It's a practice going on, but many practice is not actually sound. But if you follow any studies, mention that references. So sometimes you said that I developed the whole methodology from this article. So mention them with their reference, everything. No need to hide, no need to hide anything. If you copy anybody, no problem, just give them correct reference. Okay, that will help the reviewer to check the accuracy of your work. And then come the variable. After variable is the model. Okay, develop the statistical or econometric model based on literature and show the expected sign of relationship for each variable. Okay, expected sign, you show the variable, which one should have positive, which one has negative. This is the rational relationship, or the literature relationship. You can make a table that this is the literature, they show positive, they show negative relationship, and justify why you use your selected method or model. So suppose you say that I use the random sampling, so or you said that I use the convenience sampling, then justify why I use the convenience sampling. Or you say that I use the time series Johnson and Johnson, so you need to justify why you go for Johnson and Johnson correlation rather than the other advanced model. So that's the issue. You need to clarify why you use this model or this estimation, why it is better than the others, why you select it. Okay, then the model estimation. Describe the method of a statistical or econometric test used for data analysis. So now it's the time of the method. Okay, if it is that's the econometrics model. If it is based on statistics or econometrics modeling analysis, give this method very clearly, which model, how you derive the estimation, what is the equation, how you derive the equation after equation, then which test you done after which test, and then you look the model efficiency and robustness test. Give the list of diagnostic tests used to check the robustness and efficiency of the model if it is based on the statistical and econometrics model analysis. So this is the empirical part. You may do econometrics or statistical test, or you can do at least same structural equation model if you go for survey data. And in that cases, you describe how you model fit the measurement model, structural model, and others robustness test to show them your findings is reliable. Otherwise, your findings may questionable. Okay, what happened? You omit something. Fine, you can omit it, no problem, and you get the rejection. Very simple. Man. If you omit something, if you don't disclose very clearly, you get rejection. What the problem if you disclose? Okay, it takes time initially. You need to write everything, and sometimes you may miss. And what is the loss? Loss is you need to submit again and again and again, and nobody will tell you why I reject you. But I know what I reject, why I reject you. I'm the editor. I know why I rejected you, because I don't trust your data. I don't trust your measurement model. I don't trust your procedure, how you do the experiment. And one editor directly wrote to me, we don't trust Malaysian data. Very simple. And this is very offending. And same to me, we have a prejudice. I have the prejudice against the Chinese people. And I don't have problem to tell them. And I don't trust their data. Most cases, if I get any article from the Chinese author, I'm very cautious about finding the problem because their data is problematic. I cannot trust them. And I know that they create data, they cook the data. They cook data, they cook estimation, they cook everything. Because they don't know about anything, they just buy everything. Some cases, people come and they said in the science article, they have no lab at all. And they mentioned that we have done this in our lab. They have no lab, never done this test, and mentioned we do this. And just change some findings from the other articles and submit in the scientific journal. So this is a problematic issue. Okay, maybe Dr. Mustafa can share the Chinese experience later on. Okay, and then here, look at the methodology section. Okay, give very details. Keep very details. If you give the items, how you measure it, it's very fine. The other people can follow you, and you will get more citation. If you help the other people, you'll get more citation. That will benefit you too. Other people like to collaborate with you. They will email you. So I want to follow your procedures. Can you help me? We can join. We can collaborate together. Okay, fine. How can you do the estimation? Can you do it for me? Okay, you can say, okay, I'll do the estimation. There is a contributor in the article. Can you add me? So I will check it, or you do it, I'll check it. Or some cases, people don't bother the articles. It's a scientific community. We just help. We are not so much mean that, oh, you ask me something mean, you need to put my name. No, no, we don't do it. Yeah? We do lots of service, free, lots of social service, community development, community service. Is for the scientific community, from a peer group. We need to do it. That's if you review the others article, you will learn lots. If you review the journals article, you will learn many things, many new issues, many new knowledge, many new country, other places, other knowledge, other discipline. That will help you to tweak your idea. Okay. So review, don't deny the review if you have time. Review that. Review the article, and you will get lots of learning from there. Sometimes we just omit it. Oh, I don't have time. Actually, we don't have time for anything. But if we manage it, we have time for everything. We should manage. We should know how to manage it. Then comes the methodology for review article. This is the review article. Previous one is the empirical article. So in the review article, it should be narrative of the steps and chronological presentation with subheadings, including justification of the procedures and right in past tense. Okay, because we are doing the literature review. So how we do the literature review? So it's again the methodology for the empirical also need to write the past tense. We have a problem with the tense. Which part should be past, which part should be present or future. So methodology and analysis should be past because that's already done. And if anything is very established term, already very known, let's use the present tense. The other part is the future, is the recommendation, expectation of the future tense. But don't use the present perfect tense. Present simple or past simple. Perfect is very complicated and it's not academic writing. Don't write complex sentence with lots of clause and commas and commas. Make simple, one sentence, one idea, that's all. Make life easy for the reader. If they're happy, you will be happy. If you make the life for the reader complicated, especially editor and reviewer, if you make their life complicated, they will give you big problem. They'll give you trouble. If you give me trouble, I will give you trouble. If you make me easy, then I'll give you easy. Life is easy, cooperation. Make it easy. Okay, that will coming later on how you format it. Then in the methodology, it should be narrative in the review article. Better to follow systematic literature review. Sometimes we can do just literature review, finding keyword and lump something and write something. Okay, then people don't trust it. Reviewer asks, how you understand that you cover all the literature? How can I understand that your article is reliable, your findings is justifiable, or your findings is the only one we can rely? So reliability is a big question. In that cases, you can follow the systematic literature review. In the systematic literature review means identifies, selects, and critically appraises research in order to answer that critically formulated question. In the introduction, I mentioned in the review article, you must derive the question, critically formulated question, what is the update, or what is the situation, what is the gap from the literature, what is going on, okay, how the change happened, this from the literature. So your hypothesis is clearly formulated question form or very strong formulation of the literature review. Then you proceed on this to prove your hypothesis. And a new approach is called a systematic approach. That's the Prisma. Prisma is systematic review and the meta-analysis. They go over very detailed meta-analysis. But if you don't like meta-analysis, you just do the systematic literature review. At least mention I did systematically. And then what you need to mention how you do systematically. Mention the search, what the keyword you search in the search engine. What the keyword you use. Suppose you use 10 search engines, 10 keyword to search in the search engine to find the literature, then justify why you select them, what the omitting things, or how you key that, how you determine these are the keyword. Okay, then mention the search engine or repository name and give justification for selecting them. Suppose you said that I search these 5 keyword and I use only for the Science Direct. So you need to give the justification why you rely only one repository, why not you rely search by 10 or 5, on how you decided this one. So you give the repository and justification. Then mention number of articles based on inclusion and exclusion criteria. So in every step, how many articles you checked and you excluded, and how many articles you checked you included, what is the criteria you included and excluded for the review. Then finally, maybe you review only 10 articles. but you start with 10,000 articles. So you need to mention how you count 10,000 to 10 article. And if you step by step, you need to mention how you exclude article, how many articles. So this is a reliable thing. Otherwise, if I see article you submit, I only review 10 articles and I write a review article. Oh, that's very creepy. How can you write a new article by reading only 10 articles? Then you say, no, I read 10,000. But systematically, I remove everything, and finally, I only count up 10 relevant things. So that's the I test to you. Okay, that's fine. So show me how you come here. Justify everything, how you come here. This is the things reviewer trust you or not. The methodology is the place where you establish your trustworthiness to the reviewer. It's very important. Once I feel you have some shaky problem, it's gone. Once I mention that initially when submitting a statement, we didn't mention the ethical committee. We didn't say that our ethical committee check our question. I didn't mention that. But in the second round, they asked you, you didn't mention ethical committee. So did you check ethical? I said, yes, we check it. Okay, we check our ethical committee. Then they said, no, we don't trust you. You didn't check it because you didn't mention it before at the starting time. If you check it, you mention it at the time when you write the article. Get the point? This is very important. How you establish the trustworthiness. They should rely you. That's I'm telling you. Many cases, if you the point again, if you fight with this Coopers, the low grade journal, don't bother about this issue. Nobody cares. If you fight the ISI, the Web of Science Q1, that's the issue. They will check everything. They'll check every pinpoint to find out the problem, to establish the pure knowledge. That's the difference between the low grade journal and high grade journal. Okay, then come in the result and analysis section. For empirical study, this is the heart of the article. This is the gist, what you want to say, what you want to do. Okay, where summarize the data. Okay, now is the issue, the analysis and discussion, two things. In social science, discussion is not so much focused. We think analysis is fine, but in science, discussion is the most important part than the analysis. Okay, so here in the social science, we can compare analysis and discussion together, combine together, or we can write analysis separately, discussion separately, or we can write analysis separately, discussion and conclusion separately. In science, they do it, discussion and conclusion separately in one term. So they want discussion and conclusion can. So you draw the conclusion based on your discussion. It's a very critical part. But in social science, we think together or separate is fine. But in suppose environmental discipline or some science discipline, they want discussion very long, very long. The longest part of the whole article is the discussion. But we see the longest part is the literature review. So discipline to discipline is very. Discipline vary how you format it. So in what discipline you are, focus on the convention, how people in this area focuses. So look at the results and analysis. Okay, then here in the analysis, forget the discussion now, just analysis. Result and analysis section, what you do here? Here you summarize the data, summarize the text with data, tables and figures. Use the text to state the result and refer the table or figure in the bracket. Don't explain the table. Some cases we start with the table. Table 1 said this. If we see table 1, we see this one. This is just we explaining the table. No need to explain the table. Don't explain figure or table. We are not looking the explanation of the table or figure. We are looking the explanations of the analysis. And then in the reference, in the end of the sentence, you can give a table number as a bracket. Okay? So, but no repetition of table and figure in the text. Same thing, you write and same thing you present. No need. Because table and figures represent lots and they show lots of things. And that is the self-explanatory. No need to write every details. You write analysis and in support give the table. Okay. And no raw data that used for estimation. Don't give the raw data. Here just the outcome or estimation result. And no unnecessary result. You have done lots of estimation and bring here 25 tables. Try to know how to summarize the table. Don't put any table that is directly taken from the statistical software outcome. No. Revise it, review it, arrange it in your form. Precise it, make it look pretty, beautiful, professional. Don't just copy paste anything cut from the software output. Never ever do this. This is the unprofessional. There's discredit. Editor don't like this. Also, don't report all of the result, only the necessary result. Okay, don't put any citation in the analysis section. Okay, or any historical data or anything. No repetitions of method. Don't repeat the method. People do lots of repetition. In the method section, say we do it. Again, analysis section, say we do it. Don't mention it. No repetition at all, because this is very important. I don't like to see the same thing again. No interpretation of result or findings or meaning. Nothing is. Don't go for the result. Just analyze the data. What data said. Use past tense providing. And then you can arrange it in the demographic of the respondent. The first one is the demographics. What do you get the demographic of the respondents? Give one table of all demographic characteristics. Sometimes people make 10 tables for demographic. No, just one table. Give all the summary, just all the demographic in one table. Maybe some cases no need, or some cases is given in the appendix, or some cases is included in the methodology, because in the methodology says I do survey on this one, they are my sample, and they are the characteristics of the sample. So how you design it is up to you, but be precise. But you should keep it. That will give the trustworthiness of the reviewer. Reviewer understand, okay, you really do the survey. Okay. And this is the case. Most cases, if you do the fake data, you make the mistake. How? You cannot match the demographic of the people. Okay, I match the gender, but I cannot match the age. If I look at the data, I understand, oh, this is a fake data, it's a cooked data. How come you get all the age various standard of this pattern? How can you get all the income in this pattern? How can you get the demographic in this pattern, or urban and rural in this pattern? If I just look at the data, I understand it's a fake or real data. That's the experience. Those who did the course data, they know the data pattern. This is a given in their brain, the data pattern. They look the data and say it's a fake data. Maybe you cook the data, or you collect the wrong data, or it is not a representative data. You collected data, I see 97% are women, 3% are male. Okay, is it the correct data? It's the wrong data, it's useless data. It's too much bias to women and women's perception. It cannot represent the whole population. Dismiss, finish, change your data, collect more data. I don't need to go for other things. So this is important. That's why some people put it in the methodology section. Look the characteristics of the data. It's very important. Some cases we don't bother it. Okay, this is just demography, whatever. Who look at it? No, look, those good journal look, the editor look. If I'm the editor, I'm the reviewer, I look. Okay. So be careful about this issue. And then descriptive statistics of variables. Give the descriptive statistics. Okay, give the mean, median, standard deviation of all the variables, and give in a table form or a graph form, whatever. Give the descriptive statistics that will tell me, understand the data pattern. What is the standard deviation? Okay, many people say whatever is given just a figure. People don't know what is the standard deviation. Those who research, they don't know what is the standard deviation. How much the data is divided, how you distribute your data. Is a problematic data or it's a reliable data? Oh, everything is fine. The data is real life data, everything real, but you collected wrong data. You select wrong sample. If you select the wrong sample, the whole estimation, whole output, whole result is wrong. It's not representing the population. Just dismiss the article. Go in the low graded paid journal. It's not for the reader of this one. Okay, so descriptive statistics. This is not knowledge, but this is to check, build the trustworthiness. And then the empirical analysis. Give the econometric or statistical output table and analysis the findings. If it is based on statistical econometrics modeling analysis, give the econometric statistical output table. Again, design the table very professionally. Don't copy paste from the software output. Never ever. Write it yourself. Make a new table. Okay, and lump it all the data in organized way. Don't just copy however you get it. No, organize it. Model efficiency, and then analyze the model efficiency. The model efficiency is good or not, how you fit the model, is a reliable model, if there any structural break or not, if there any interrelationship among the variables or multicollinearity or dependency is there. So check it how you test the data and how I understand this result is the accurate result. This is the reliable result. This is the robust result. And you sometimes we do 2-3 methods and we put other methods in the model efficiency and see, and then we show that okay, in my methodology, I do this method. In the analysis, I do this method. This is my primary method. But even to check the robustness, I do another estimation, another model. So I can see that this method also gives the similar result. So it said my result is reliable, my estimation is reliable. Also, result analysis for the review article. In case of the review article, give the main analysis content here and organize them properly under different heading and subheading. Okay, this is something tricky because you are not doing any literature review, because the whole article is literature review and your analysis and literature review are the same here. It is a review article. So in the empirical article, you have literature review section and analysis section different. But here in review article, your literature review as well as result and analysis are the same. So no need to mention any literature review section. Just go direct result and analysis. So here you do. You arrange the literature review in many ways. In business, we don't know how to publish literature review article, but if you go in the science, they publish literature review article and it's very nice, and this look like a new article and there's a new knowledge. That's why literature review article published in very high impact factor journals for the science. Social science no value. And science also important because when they do the experiment, the lab is very expensive. Everywhere you don't have the lab, everywhere you don't have the same sample, and they compare that, okay, the same result was found in Malaysia, some result found in Thailand, same result found in Singapore. So how they are varied. So you can see that what is the situation of the ASEAN for this experiment. Okay, so in that case, it has value. You compare the real life data with experimental data because you cannot conduct experiment at least at a time 5 countries. So you look the experimental data, and then after you get the data, you do more statistical analysis. Suppose I can say you do the Monte Carlo simulation. You do simulation. Suppose you have the sample of 5 sample, and then you do simulation for 10,000. So whenever you do the simulation with the different probabilistic value, so then you get the tan, you get the standard deviation, you get the model patterns. It is the normal distribution, or is good, or is narrow or wide. So you will get the whole division of the data framework. And as you have the data of the mean and standard deviation, you can draw the distribution also. Okay. And even what we do in the distribution is very interesting. We always do the normal distribution, okay? But there are many other distribution we don't know, especially the statistics people know it. And it's if you deal with this, then you understand. There are lots of things interesting. Whatever we do, the distribution is by default the normal distribution. We assume everything is normal life, okay? But the life is not normal. I saw the extreme distribution. And in the extreme distribution, or they just distribute the extreme event. It's happening that suppose the climate change issues or environmental articles, flood happened. Flood is not normal distribution. Flood is extreme distribution. When the big flood happened, every 100 years there's a big flood coming, every country, everywhere. That's the pattern. So how extreme is happened? So this is important when engineering article they build the dam or the bridge. That what is the probability of wave or flood in 100 years? Okay, so if I build a dam, what should be its height? So it should be a strength. In 100 years, how much it will be stable? And what is the patterns of the whole river? So it will be flooded or not. So they follow the extreme distribution. So that's not our normal distribution. We follow all the normal distribution. Life is very smooth for the business people. For the social science people, we don't take the problem in our head. We make it easy going. Okay, that's the different thing. So which discipline, how you analyze the data, and is derive your convention is your discipline. Okay, so if you look the review articles and if you draw the distributions and you see the further analysis, if you do the simulation, you have the only real life data, 5 data. Most of the review cases, they accumulate all the data. So maybe they get the 5 data because these are very expensive study and no lab is available here. Although maybe whole over the world, they have only 10 lab on to do this research. So they collect that data, published data from 10 lab based on their old published data, and then make the simulation and write a new pattern, how it's happened, analyze it in different patterns. So look at here. So first experience of the issues, how we can arrange the literature review, what the factors we should focus. Look the first experiences on the issue, arrange findings from literature under different category, time-wise. Okay, how the data or result changes within the time. Okay, suppose in Malaysian cases, the young age people are addicted to Facebook, social media, how much? So there are a few studies. I collect all the studies of the Malaysian people, how much young age people are addicted to social media, how much time they spend for the social media. So I put the data. These are all the published data from different article. I collected all the article and put, suppose in 1990, social media people per person on an average use daily 20 minutes. In 2000, per person on an average daily use 1 hour. In 2010, per person daily use 5 hours. In 2020, due to pandemic, per person daily use 16 hours social media. Oh, then now you get the trend. Oh, how social behavior change. Then all of these are the literature review. Then you can draw the line, you can draw the curve, you can predict what will future. So then you can give the policy that in future social media will lead use in this area. This is one time frame wise. And then you can link with the population, how population change, how the pattern change. There are lots of things to do, but is it your interest or not? Then if you do the literature review, trend, look the trend time wise, and then look the economy wise, the poor people, rich people, or developed country, developing country, low underdeveloped country, what they do. What is the trend finding? Suppose you have 10 data on the literature review, you have 10 articles, 10 data, say this is study done by 10 countries. So look, developed country, what is their pattern, how much the rate, developing country, how much the rate, underdeveloped, how much the rate. So you can make a trend, you can see the pattern, we analyze in this direction, find the direction of analysis. Literature is like this, you find new direction of the analysis. Look the time-wise analysis, economy-wise analysis, study type-wise analysis, what types of study they did. Is a another review study, or it's a mass sample, or it's a lab works, or it's done by the government or private. What types of study is this? Look the analysis in this direction. Then journal wise, okay, fine, which category journal they publish, where they publish. Okay, even this is also a few articles you find based on journal wise. So this journal, even just only one journal, there are article published. So you analyze, suppose American Economic Review, what is the pattern of American Economic Review publication last 10 years? Where are they focusing? Then you can draw it. Okay, in 2010, they focus in this area. This area, they published 10 articles. This area 2, this area 1. But in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 20, in 2020, they focus. They have changed. The direction changes. They focus in this area. 20 articles in this area, 10 this area, this area. So you can draw how one particular journal changed their direction. And that's the knowledge, that's the new knowledge that show you what is the focusing of the knowledge, new knowledge, which area is the evolving and which area is the most emerging in the future. You'll get it all based on just doing some exercise. You can do it by using your class assignment, your student. They can do it. It's not a rocket science, but this is good news, good knowledge that you can publish. And you get a new idea, you get a new idea where you can go, where the research is going in future. Okay, and then the sample size, large sample size or small sample size, how they do. When the research has done on the large sample size, how the data changes. When the research on the small sample, how data changes. So whenever you read the review article, you read the literature, categorize all of their information, keep them in your Excel file under different category. Then you look the trend. What is the pattern? Try to find the pattern. Then you can publish it. It's a very good literature review article. In business, we cannot because we don't use this one. We are very busy guy. We are very busy with lots of things. Okay, but we are not. This is the scientific people. They do these types of works, and it has value in their journals. High impact factor journals publish these types of work. So you can make a literature result like the data period, study area or country, findings, and a reference from the related literature. Also collect the literatures that are used in these articles and keep all of this reference properly. Okay. Okay, then historical data or current. This is the current scenario in the issue. So we are in the literature review article. So look the current scenario of the issue, historical data or current issues, description, explain the issues, what is the currently trend. Suppose previously people use the, so you look the trend. First you design the data, now you look the trend. So you trend people previously used to Facebook, now people using Instagram. Okay, those the ratio is changing. People previously used the Viber, Skype, but now they use WhatsApp. People previously use Google Meet, now they use Zoom. So this is the patterns how the changing happened. Okay, people previously buy face-to-face shop, now they use online platform. So these are the way you can design your experiment and data and analyze that like this. And the impact of the issue, discuss the vulnerability or impact already happened or future impact. So whenever you look this, then you try to analyze what happened. So you see our young generation are highly influenced by the social media. So you can draw it because their time of spending on social media increasing very high. So they are highly influenced by social media rather than the other peer groups, other schools or home. So you can draw this conclusion and work in this line. And you can draw in future what will happen if you just go like this, then what is the limit, what will happen, how we can control it, or what should we do, what the policy maker come here, then that's fine. You can publish these articles in good journals. There are lots of good journals on technology, they will publish it. Then challenges of the issue, then the weakness, threat from the different perspective. Look at the weakness and threat, look at the SWOT analysis, look at the issue, then you can write it down. And then prospect of the issue, future benefit, what is the future direction, scope, strength, opportunity, different perspective. Whenever you read the article in our discipline, we just read the title and our start finish. We just need the findings and that put in the sentence that support my findings and that didn't support my sentence page. But not go beyond that, then you'll create new knowledge. And or you can develop a framework. Okay, so you can see how the theory evolved over the time. Suppose you can see the corporate finance, all the research of corporate finance, how they're working, in which area. So you can see in you can see in 2010 what the area they focus, 2015 what the area focus, 2020 what the area they focus is, in the corporate reporting where the focus is. Even if you can see the reporting of the annual report, where are they focusing more now? Now they're focusing more on technology, focusing on the more environment rather than they previously they focus on the CSR, previously they focus on the employment, previously they focus on the economic development. Now they shift from there. So you develop a framework, just look the variables and put all the variables here and there, and then framework. So what will pattern happen, or what the variable actually impacting on the corporate governance, how corporate governance is changing. If you see the salary of the corporate and governing body, if you see the gender differentiation in the governing body, then you can draw a line, and you can, if you see the member who are from there, they are the independent directors, or they are the shareholder, or they are from the government appointed, or they are from the ex-CEO of other organizations, or they are the ex-government employee. You can find lots of pattern, and people want to see the patterns, what is going on. And this information are there, but it's hidden. So if you find out it, utilize it, and you can publish in the good channels. And who can work on it? You have no time. You're a student. You're a student. Give them assignment on this issue. Give the assignment. Look at the corporate finance. Look at the annual report of 200 annual reports. Or one sector, like just look at the energy sector. What is the corporate reporting changing in last 20 years? Okay, in energy sector, Malaysia, you don't have many companies, maybe 3 or 4. Then you see the 4 companies last 20 years annual report, just analyze by a student. Give them group, make them group, they will analyze it, they will key in the data in Excel file, they will learn, and you also can use it. That's the way knowledge create, knowledge develop. You measure, you make them measure rather than just giving them to calculate the ratio. Ratio is available everywhere, and what the ratio they calculate is the mistaken ratio. Okay, and they should know that, but it shouldn't be a good assignment. Assignment should be innovative, creative, new. You should involve them in innovation. They will learn something and they can apply it in the real life rather than just a bookish thing. You make a slide 20 years back and still doing this generation after generation. Useless. Do something innovative that will benefit you, benefit them, and the benefit the society. Okay, then the find the gap. Okay, after another process is to find the gap. Oh, okay, after you reviewing all of them, you make a knowledge gap, and then where the area to improve or what the scope to improve, and which stakeholder is relevant to this or what the future research should do. So you can make a gap, and that's the findings. You make finding the gaps. This is the area is empty. This area is highly focused, and future research should focus on this issue. So these are the analysis of literature with article. If you can do this, you can publish the top journal. Even in business field, you can do it because this is also data. This is hidden data. This literature data is not given in any primary data. This is secondary data, but it has huge value. People want to know, but nobody want to do. Okay. Then findings, because that's why you find very rarely articles in business like this. Okay. Then findings and discussion for the empirical study, because in the analysis section we just analyze the data, we don't give any findings or discussion. So in the findings here, give the short summary of the findings, major findings, okay, and critically evaluate the findings of the study or each objective or each hypothesis. So you can arrange it based on the major findings, or hypothesis wise or objective wise, and then match the findings with previous literature and theory. You show I found this 10% people are more affected by COVID, then show support from the literature. The literature you already adopted in the literature review section or the introduction section. So bring from there and see who supported your findings, which study supported your findings, and which study supported doesn't support you, which study find the opposite result. And then you explain what does it mean and why they get the different result, or even if the same result, the literature support you, then you explain why they support you, what types of experiment you design and what types of experiment they design. Even you can say we designed different experiment, but still we get the similar result. Or you can say that we set up the different country, but still get the similar result. So there are many ways to say. Even it is the same thing, but still you have many ways to say, describe the things. Okay. Point out any exception or insignificant or opposite sign of coefficient. Suppose you find something contradictory, so explain it here, why you get it. Suppose you expect the expected sign is the positive, but you don't get any significance, or you get the negative. So explain it here. This is the scope to explain it, why it's happened. Okay, based on the findings of the study, provide some policy recommendation. Policy recommendation shouldn't be a general, we should do this, we should do that, we should do that. No, it should be based on your findings, link with your findings, what we should do. And give the recommendation for a specific stakeholder group, like mass people. So if you work on the social media impact, what should mass people do? What is the responsibility of the parents? What is the responsibility of the school? How we can control this? What is the controlling authority, or how the business maker? What is the responsibility of the business group, manager group? And then what the policymakers should do, how they can intervene here. There are many stakeholders. Give very specific stakeholders who should do what. Suppose not every article has the same stakeholder. No. Suppose if you work on the social media used by the children, family has a big role, parents has a big role, peer groups has a big role, school has a big role. Well, stakeholder doesn't mean only the policy maker, and policy maker also has a big role. Business has a big role. They shouldn't sell the product, or they should have a bar, just like the 18+. Okay. So give this specific recommendation. So your recommendation should be based on like this. You try to solve the problem, or you give the recommendation to improve the situation. Current situation is this, I suggest this, it will improve the case, or suggest how and where to use your findings. Okay, we got this one. So if we implement this project, that there will be no more flood. Okay, where should you implement it? There are many ways, not in the same direction. And how to overcome or the current problem or forthcoming challenge. Okay, yesterday I mentioned, look the COVID-19, post-COVID-19 era. So look the challenge, what happened, the impact, then give the recommendation of how can we overcome the impact or what the future problem is coming. So how can we tackle it now? What the measure we should take now to control post-COVID-19 problem? COVID-19 is a big problem, we know, but it's already established. People adapted, and we are in the system. We cannot handle it anymore or improve it. Rather than we take the measures, how can we recover it in the future very soon? So look at this issue. That's the thing people want. If you can predict future, people want this. Editor wants this. They want to give the advance. If you want to look for future, people look what happened past, but that's less weight. We always want to see what will future, what will future, what will coming, what is coming, what will happen. People all read and bother the what is coming rather than what happened. What happened is fine. That's also one sort of analysis. Most of the 95% people do it. You go beyond that, then your life will be easy. Why you go beyond that? Your life will be easy. You can publish easy. And you can give the policy. People know you. Your policy, okay, your policy is the best. Then if you want to talk about this issue, then you get the consultancy. How you get the consultancy? If you publish the old what happened, this one, or what will happen and how you take the measure. That's the issue. Think about this. Okay, then don't give a strong statement or extrapolate to a bigger picture than what actually showing the result. This is the discussion part. In the discussion, you said what I did, never ever people did it before. This is the best forever. I am the best. I didn't see anybody do this. Don't say that. Because there are lots of study we don't know, and especially the young star, the student PhD, and they say this is the pioneer student. Nobody do this. I am the first person. Okay? Avoid this. Okay, these are not the language of the academic people. Academic people are humble. Academic people know how to respect. Okay, and then this create bad impression. So use present tense for established knowledge always, and past tense for the new or your own result. I found this. This study found this. Or in generalist times, there is a study shows this one, but I found this. Okay, so your study should be past tense because you already done it, and the general established thing is in the present tense. And for the review article discussion, okay, almost the same. The give overall discussion and interpretation based on your findings with literature support in support of your formulated question in the introduction section. So here is very important because this is your analysis part. Now you link with the analysis with the formulated question. Okay, so you give the support. Okay, I found this thing in the literature. Now I think it will happen. My observation was that the social media ruined the students. Then it's made their IQ dull. So I based on the literature I found it. So overall it shows like this. So link with your findings based on your question what you have formulated, and explain why your findings is similar or opposite the existing policy or theory or mainstream view or running trend or current practice, because this is something different. In the empirical works, you just show this is my findings. I found 10% positive. Other study found 3% positive. Then you compare they support me, they not support me. But this is the descriptive works. You explain why your finding is similar or opposite than existing policy. Compare the policy, theory, or mainstream view. What the or people think that social media is not still so much evolving. It's not affecting, but I found it's heavily affecting. So that's the people understanding or current view and the actual thing. So running trend, this is running trend, then the current practice. So you focus on this issue and you establish your hypothesis that you draw in the first chapter, introduction chapter. You can provide comparison for multi-country or other cases. So you work on the Malaysian application. Now here is the chance to bring the other country cases. So in whole of your analysis here, you do on the Malaysian case, Malaysian literature, what they see. Now you compare it, okay, what the Singapore did, what the Thailand did, what the case of Singapore, Thailand. Now it's the comparison of the other country in here. Then explain the interpretation, especially focus on expectations of implement your findings. So how you implement it? What is the expectations? How the Singapore do it? It's not just they find this, I find this. It's no, how you progress. What will be the policy? What the next is very important for literature. Finding the gap. What is the next is most important, because you are doing on the old one. You are not finding anything new. So your new thing is what should do. Okay, based on the findings of the study, provide some policy recommendation for all groups like this. The same thing, and then come the conclusion. I don't have much time. So conclusion is the very critical part for science article. Most critical part for the science article. Social science is the easy peasy. Huh? So here we just give the one paragraph about the contribution. What is your aim or objective or hypothesis? And what you found? Very simple, just one paragraph. Who is your target audience? Okay. It's not repetition of abstract. It's not the summary. Don't bring summary here. Abstract is the summary. Abstract fulfills that criteria. Don't bring everything like abstract here. Okay. So go beyond the sample and think how the broader world can benefit from this article. It is not just on the Malaysian study. You did all the Malaysian study. Now focus how the other country can get benefit from here. You work on the student, but now see how then other groups of people, old age people can get benefit from here. Look, the other criteria beyond your population, who can get the benefit from here? And then most important things, what is the takeaway message from the article? Suppose I'm the reader, I read all of the things, what you have found, what happened, what the policy should do. Then what? Then my question is, what is next? What is next is go and do it, or take this message with you and implement it, or send it to the policymakers and try this way. So don't leave the reader without any takeaway message. So this is the takeaway message, what the message they will take with them after the whole article. And it shouldn't be that after reading the whole article, they said, what next? They don't ask a question, don't put them in that place. Okay. Then you give the theoretical and practical implication. What is the implication of this one? So in the recommendation, you already give in the discussion, you already give the recommendation. So here it is implication. Recommendation and implication is a little bit different. Recommendation is you suggest what to do. In implication, how to imply them or who can imply them. Or some cases, journal asks to add both here or both in the discussion section. You can do anything. You can put them in the discussion section or put them here. And then give the limitation based on your sample, data collection, data locality, assumption, etc., and scope of the future research. So you write the limitation. This is very important. Don't think that my works is base. It has no limitation. No, everything has limitation. Find out the limitation, or you can write the limitation in a positive manner, like that. Okay, I didn't able to manage this thing. I hope future research will cover this thing. So you actually mention your limitation in the form of scope of future research. That's also fine, but you need to give it. And some people write lots of limitation, useless thing. That is very general. Suppose due to the capacity problem, I cannot take lots of survey. This is the very general things you already mentioned in the methodology section. How much you survey, why you do this survey like this, why you bring it in the limitation. It's not a limitation, because all the research do it like this. Okay, there is a time constant. This is not a limitation. Limitation is what you find, how you design the problem. So limitation is due to COVID-19, I cannot go outside, I take the online survey. Okay, that's a limitation. But you cannot say that I only collect 300 is a big limitation. No. Understand what should include and what not. So that's why you bring the limitation as a sample size, or how you collect the sample mechanisms, or the data, what the data you use, or the locality, or the assumption, what the assumption you use. Maybe the assumption is not valid for this country or other country like this. And avoid citation and raising any new issue in conclusion, even the discussion, even the methodology. Don't bring anything new. Whatever new thing you bring, introductions and literature review. Don't bring anything new in the conclusion. Don't try to give any citation, no citation in the conclusion. Okay, there are a few other things that need to prepare to save you time. So the declaration. You need to give lots of declaration. Many low-grade journal no need. If you go more and more the quality journal, you need to know this. Suppose the acknowledgement, how you write the acknowledgement. What do you acknowledge? You need to acknowledge the grants, fellowship, advisors, technical help, and those who cannot be included as author, your RA, other peoples and the technicians or lab mate, any other peoples, or somebody help you to estimate or somebody check your article. You cannot add them as an author, so you just put them in the acknowledgement because you expect you should show your gratitude and you expect they will help you in future. Just show your expressions, and very importantly, you must acknowledge your funding. Otherwise, it's a big trouble. Big trouble later on if you don't acknowledge your funding. Okay. Here, there's a two. One, maybe you include the funding in the acknowledgement, or write another statement, the funding statement, and you just say we are thankful to this fund. They give me support, financial support, technical support, or you can just say the author received no funding for this work. Okay? When many journal asks this, okay, then you write the author contribution, the credit author statement. Okay, many journal want this, many journal don't, but if you want, you can put it. Whose author did what? So you mention all authors contributed equally in this work. Finish. Very simple. No need to go any problem. Say we are all equal. But if you want to say no, I don't give him the credit. Okay, he did nothing. Okay. Okay, then what? Put the name. You name first author. What you did. Suppose you can rearrange it. Just this example I give it. First one, you conceptualizations, funding acquisition, or you see the last author just only funding acquisition. Put the funding acquisition for the last author. Okay, no problem. Then project administration, writing, review, or editing, the first author. Or the second author, conceptualization, data curation, funding, accumulation, investment, methodology, formal analysis, project administration, software, supervision, validation, visualization. Funding, the third author, funding, acquisition, methodology, formal analysis, role of writing is original draft, and writing is review or editing. And the fourth author is conceptualizing, formatting, and improve. Normally, fourth author do nothing. Is the network guy, so we cannot say that he do the networking. So we do just formatting and improving and final checking. That's all. So at least you get the mental satisfaction. If you want to understand down now, it's an ethical problem, it's an issue. So deep, how you mentioned, okay. Then give that conflict of interest. Okay, you have the conflict with that group or that research, or that you need to mention here. We have a conflict of interest. I'll mention that we have no conflict of interest with any internal parties or anything. So you have the conflict of interest with the business. So you get the funding from them and they are copyrighted, they take the copyrighted. So you mention here, though, there's a conflict of interest with the business group for this organization because they fund it here like this, or there's no conflict of interest. Okay. Ability of data and material, availability of data and materials. You mentioned that data is taken from publicly sources, so it will be given on request. Or you can say data is available in this repository. It is the DOI number where you upload the data. If you upload the data, you just put the repository number, DOI number. Okay. Or you can say data is available on request. It depends what you want to say. But you need to give a statement. Then ethical consideration. Okay, this article followed all ethical standards and approved by University Ethics Committee. Okay, but there's a big problem for all the developing world, because most of our university don't have the ethical committee, and ethical committee is 2-3 person, and they cannot handle all the questionnaire. All of our undergrad, masters, PhD, thousands of students do thousands of questionnaire. They cannot do it, handle it, because we are not in that phase. So it's a problem, big problem. So at least you give a hint, or you show somebody by okay, show somebody that please see that is it okay or not, and then don't write the false things or lie. At least go in some extent of truth. Okay. In addition, informed consent was obtained from the all individual participants, including the study. You just mentioned that those who I attended here, or if I do the case study from any company, so I take permission from them, or my respondent already get the permission like this. So the ethical consideration is also important. Or if you work on the secondary data, there is nothing for ethical consideration because you didn't deal with any human or animals or any living object. So you say there is no concern of the ethical issue in this article. There's no dealings with the any living object. Then the disclaimers, okay, the view. If you write something based on the project or something, you work on the consultancy firm, you need to give the disclaimer that the view or opinion expressed in this article are those authors and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position or any affiliated organization. So these are authors' view, not related with the organization. This is not the policy of my organization. This is my own policy, my own view. And then come the references. So why I put it here, declaration in the arrangement, some journal put the declarations before the references, and at the time of submission, some journal asks to put it in the title list with the author list, and some journals want to put it inside the text before the references. So you follow the journal guideline and format it accordingly. Most of the cases journal don't need, the low-grade journal don't bother this. Okay, then the references, okay, give references for all citations that is in the study and avoid secondary references. So this study reference, another study and another study, don't go for secondary, go for the original study, refer the original study, and make sure you cite all of them, no missing. And even inside the references, there are many missing information. The city name is missing. In case of conference or book, they must ask for the city. So you find out the city information, or when you last access, if it is the website. So give you all of this information and follow one particular referencing style. So this is the very important things we can understand, that the author is academician, is a senior academician or a student. Just look at the references. If you are a new guy, your reference is mess. You copy from different sources. Some is bracket with year, some is no bracket with year, some there are lots of mess. Follow one unique style. Okay, anyone, AP or MLA or Harvard or Chicago style. Don't mess with the info, and don't miss any info inside the referencing style. This actually show you are a good researcher or you are a new guy. So the empirical works, in case of the empirical works, try to bring 30 to 50 references. Okay, and for the review, it's need more lots, because you review lots. Some cases is 10 pages, 500 references. Okay, but if you do that very rigorous review articles, okay, and then increase or incorporate some, like this is a very crucial thing, incorporate 15 to 20 latest article. What is the latest? -2 year, last 2 year, current year, early site, online fast, forthcoming, advanced publish. Within this range, don't go beyond this, at least 15 to 20 from this range. Okay, so that is the latest knowledge. Citation from the good journals, and remove very old journals, irrelevant. Okay, you just cite one journal from the social, from the psychology, from the medical, irrelevant in your field, remove them. Okay, replaced by other things. Or low grade references. Okay, the reference volume 1 or conference. Low grade means not peer reviewed. Low grade journals or not peer reviewed. Peer reviewed means is a acceptable knowledge. Not peer reviewed is not acceptable, like the conference, book chapter, book, or a student thesis, or newspaper. These are not peer reviewed. That's not counted in the academic scientific community. Remove them. This, if you put them, they actually degrade your knowledge, your quality. But suppose I work on the article COVID-19 impact. So where I get the article? All on newspaper. Very fine, because this match with this. My idea is matching with the newspaper. I collect all the news from the newspaper. Otherwise, there's no source on the COVID-19. Is there something completely new? That's fine. In that cases, they accept it. Okay. Then make it ascending order. Or some cases, some journal asks for the numbering. Okay, number 1, 2, 3, 4. So you format it according to the journal style. Otherwise, the journal don't like. Suppose the open access journal, particularly suppose the MDPI journal, they try to ensure publication as quick as possible. So they go for a timeline, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So 2 weeks, within 2 weeks, accept 1 week publication. But what will happen if your formatting is not in their format? They will instantly reject, because you extend their timeline. They will not give you the time, because this is their commitment that we publish within 1 month. But if your format is wrong, then they need to give you a long time. They are not ready to give you a long time. So you get you cannot pass in the initial screening without following their format, because time is important for them. Because this is their commitment. We publish within 3 weeks. So you actually make them delay. So you make ensure everything is very nice. Your format is according to their format. Your English is very nice. Everything is very good. And they submit. So you have no need to do lots of formatting work. Just make a little bit adjustment for the reviewers comment, and then you submit. So they can publish it very quickly. Okay, self-citation is some cases we like or dislike is important. You should cite. My recommendation, you cite only relevant work. If you don't cite, then who will cite your work? How can people cite you? How can people know you? If you cite your citation, then other people also cite you, because in your one article, you cite your old article. So other people also see you, they read one article, they also read your other 5 articles. So if you do self-citation, that is okay, fine, no problem. Though it's some cases not encouraged. And especially don't give self-citation 20, all of your articles. Don't put it. Only 2, 3, maximum 5, and relevant. Only relevant article. If you put lots of self-citation, that's a big problem. Editor make it creepy. Editor reviewer, they see everything. If you think who cares? No, editor reviewer cares everything. And so many people watch it. You don't know. The managing editor see it. Then the chief editor also see it. Reviewers also see it. So in one place or another place, the many filtering, you will be caught in one place. So be careful and don't give the bad impression. Once you give the bad impression in any one point, you will suffer for that. They will check it again. When they check it again, you get more comments. But the point, try to make it very good. So the first impression is the best impression. They fall in love in the first sight. Fine, go. I don't need more problem. But if you create one problem, okay, then they are more suspicious. They look more, find more problem. You make their life difficult, they will make your life difficult. Make their life easy, make the life of the reviewer editor easy, they will make your life easy, and you will get the benefit. Citation from the targeted or submitted journals, and also for the editor, this is must. When you submit in the good journal, must add some citation from that journal, and if possible, cite some article from the editor. Editors, personal, suppose chief editors or managing editors article. Look at their career, look at their publication, and cite from them. This is very logical. It's not bribing. It's one sort of bribing, but it's also logical that I am targeting this journal. I want to publish my article in this journal, but this journal publishing last 30 years, and I don't cite anything from them, meaning my work is not relevant at all with them. They are serving last 30 years, and none of their works is linked with my work. So why they publish my one? That means it's completely from another planet. You should get the idea. Okay. So if you cite some article from that journal, that means okay, this article is in line with our topic, our aim, our scope. We are serving here 30 years, 20 years. We publish lots of articles, but your content, your work is nothing relevant to with our any previous publication. Meaning you are from different planet. So cite them. And also the editor and the managing editor, they are the boss in this field. All chief editors and managers, they are the guru of that field. Very simple. So if you are something, try to find link with them. Okay, everybody like to see his citation. Very simple. Okay, if you don't, also no problem, but you will suffer. Okay, nobody tell you cite me, nobody, but you get favor or no. That's the point. You need it or not. It's not a bribe, it's also a bribe, but in a formal way, because you don't cite anything unusual, unnecessary, irrelevant. It's relevant. Okay. Maybe you miss it because your search engine didn't show you. But now, particularly, you go and search and edit. So in the text, better place citation at the point where it appears, rather than give all the citation at the end of the sentence. Okay, give within the sentence where it is needed and in the bracket. Okay. No, I don't have much time. So in the supplementary materials, give the documents that may not need, and maybe they're needed for review or not related to review, like the survey, interview, questionnaire, software code, software output, ethical committee approval letter, then review reports from previous submission. Okay, this will discuss in the next day, inshallah. How should you include the previous rejected journals review report or not? That's very interesting. You got a rejection with some comments. Should you include it in your next submission in another journal? Okay, then. Wow. Should I proceed or stop here?
It's almost 1. How long do you think you need?
Are you hungry or not? If you're hungry, then I should stop here. Allow me 10 minutes. Let's see.
It's not about hungry. It's about there are other meetings after this.
Okay, I know. Yeah, it's a very busy guy.
Yeah.
Sometimes hungry people are angry people, so they make lots of problem. Okay, I don't want to create any problem. I'm very easy guy. I want to make your life easy and my life easy. Okay, so what should I do? 10 minutes or close it?
Sure. If it's 10 minutes,
Yeah, just pause
Okay,
it for the next 10 minutes.
Let's see. So in the formatting, this is very important things for the formatting because it's a makeup and get up and the packaging. Editor like the makeup, get up, packaging. They want this. Everybody like makeup. If it is ladies, there is no way to say anything. Okay, all the whole makeup industry done on the ladies. Alhamdulillah, it's fine. Okay, no problem. And if it is ladies editor, there's nothing to say about this issue. Okay, just kidding. Nothing serious. So make the article formatting simple. Don't make complicated. Very simple. Make it like the Time New Roman 12 font size, single or double line space, how the journal acts, one margin in all the side, A4 paper, MS Word file. When you start working, you set up this thing. Okay. And then don't give extra space, lots of space. If you don't know the tab, you don't know arrange the alignment, don't give 100 space and put in the next line. Don't do it. Go somebody who can teach you. Search in the Google, every tutorial is there. But don't make something creepy. It's make your life hell and the reviewer life hell and those who format the article, their lives also hell. Nobody like this. Actually, this indicate you don't know. So don't show anything that you don't know. Okay. Or incapacity or incompetence. Show your competence as much as possible. Okay, don't give extra space on line space before and after heading or every paragraph, or sometimes 2 enter, 3 enter, 1 enter. No need. It's unique style in everywhere. And also before submission, follow the journal's guideline and their formatting style. But in most cases, you just follow this format and they will proceed, no problem. And give chronological number of heading, subheading, and also for table or figure. Okay, in case of the Springer, they ask for the line number, continuous line number. Some publisher ask for the continuous line number, but emails or other don't ask for. So when you go for the requirement, when you go for the author's guideline, you'll find it. Follow that one. Otherwise, they will return back to you again. And then give the chronological number of heading. Very careful. Look, all the heading number is chronological order. It shows that you are competent, you are careless or not. Give all the table and figure number chronology and cite all the table and figure properly inside the text as a text content. Okay. Okay, don't give any short table, one column table, one row table. It's useless. Just don't give anything, and don't give a 2-page, 3-page long table. Okay, send it in appendix. If it is very small, remove it. Just write one sentence. That's all. Or if it is very big, send it in the appendix. Be smart how you present your article. This is the makeup. The combination of color. The ladies should know the combination of color. Okay, most of the men are the color blind. We cannot distinguish what is the orange color or the red color or close to mix like this. Okay, but in arranging the article, be careful. Arrange it professionally. All the table and figure in the same pattern. One with line, one without line. Don't do this. Same pattern. Remove all the line. It's a eye-catching, and they will get relief their eye. They will like it. Okay, very simple. If you give them benefit in their eyes, editor will like it. So format it very properly. In case of the graph figure, give the scale, proper scale, both axes or 3 axes. If you give more axes, fine, but give the proper scaling. And the title of the caption, table or figure must be self-explanatory. What does it mean? what you are mentioning this table is. If anybody read the title, they should understand. Otherwise, they need to go in the text and come back. Nobody like this. So be careful about this issue, and don't write about tables, figure, statistics. I already mentioned somebody started with this table one mentioned this. No. Or author Mr. X found this. No. You are not writing in these directions. Write the naturally, write the result and findings, and give the citation as like the citation. Give the parenthesis of the reference of table number or the author name or literature. But write is naturally rather than explaining what your table said. You are not explaining the table. You explain the message, the knowledge. Okay, and then describe the fact that this is a fact with value in better than just mentioning. So you said that we found this is good rather than say we found this is good at 2% level. Okay, mention the value, that will be more eye-catching. In case of abbreviation, for the first time when you mention in the article, must give the abbreviation. Okay, in the introduction section, literature section, where you put the abbreviation first time, you put all the whole detail of the abbreviation meaning. Okay, after organizing the draft manuscript, okay, or you organize everything, fine, first draft done. Now read the article several times to make the flow of the content. Read it loudly. Okay, read the article loudly. If you read loudly, then you understand the natural English. Whatever you put in your head and your ear problem, that means there's a problem. Loudly, so you get understand the flow of the content. You may rearrange within the sentence. Okay, this is very important. Many of our students or young researchers don't know what does it mean by a paragraph. They put something together, but it's paragraph, or a paragraph is 3 pages long. Every paragraph should have an introductory sentence, should have a closing sentence, and within the paragraph is the body. So every paragraph should contain one message only, and every sentence also should contain one issue only. Don't lump, don't make a complex sentence and big paragraph. Make it easy. Okay, I know your English is very good, you write very long sentence, fine, omit this. Make it easy for the reader. Your reviewer may not know better English. And in case of if you go for the more clause, more comma, that's make the complicated meaning. That's twist the meaning and make lots of problem understanding which one you are referring to. Okay, and give the logical flow, sequence, make it simple. You another thing is every word is valuable. If you can short it, short it. If you can use 2 letters instead of 4 letters, use 2 letters. Make it clear, useful, and exciting scientific message, and don't make it a boring. Make it a flow, good flow of a story, so anyone can read it and finish it at a time. Sometimes we get the article and after reading 2 sentences, through it. And sometimes we get the review article after reading 1 paragraph, it's horrible, just throw it out. And then what happened? You get the review report late because I lost my interest once. If once I lost my interest to review this article, what happened? I already accepted I will review it. Then what will happen? I need to grow my interest again. And when it is far, long later, not instant, I'll not do it because I already lose my interest on this one. It's rubbish. Or this guy want to pain me, so I will give him pain. Let me prepare for the pain. This is the way the reviewer thinks. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll discuss how the reviewer works. Okay, so know your audience, understand the standard of the reader of the journals, and write by targeting them. So if you think this is a very good journal, the reader is from the Harvard professor, Oxford professor. If you don't know who is the reader, look at the author. They're the reader of the journal. They care of it. And if you don't know who will be review the article, look at the author. They will be the old author. They will review your article. So write for them, targeting them. Target the level of your first author from the journal. Understand their position and write for them, because definitely they will review it. So if you understand the author audience, then you can clearly your understanding will be better. Your target audience will be better. And if you look at the instruction of the author section, they mention who is the audience. Okay, then avoid repetition. It's very boring things. People repeat again and again and again. It make problematic. Don't avoid repetition. Make it precise. Don't repeat the same thing again. Especially the methodology come again in the analysis, again in the discussion, again in the conclusion. Don't put that. I already read it. I know it. I'm the reader. I already read it. Once I read it, I know it. Don't put it again and again. Avoid repetition. Do the to the point, factual, right to the point. Don't make it like moving around and around. Don't say the right thing, just moving around. No, straightforward, go straightforward, factual. Don't put any emotional or jargons or useless, irrelevant or content. Just make it long. That's boring. And avoid slang, superlative word. I'm the best, huge, we done lots, incredible, wonderful, exciting, no other study, pioneer, first time. Forget this. Nobody like this. If you tell me that I'm doing the first time of this study, I said, go away from me. I don't need you. You are better than all the whole scientific community because you come the first time with innovative idea. So you are not belongs in this community. And avoid the passive voice. If you add passive voice, that kill you. That kill hold the meaning. Don't add any passive voice. As much as possible, avoid it. Avoid describing or establish well-known terms. Suppose something is no GDP. GDP. What does GDP mean? Everybody know. Don't write one paragraph. What is GDP? Do you know it? And very general issues, like you said that I use MS Word to write this article in the methodology. We know that. No need. I use Excel to draw the graph in the methodology. No need. Okay. Okay. Be consistent with the formatting. You tab Indian spacing gap among the paragraph and alignment should be same in whole over the article. And it's even style. Sometimes you put et al, comma, et al, full stop, comma. Sometimes you put et al, just comma. Don't do it. Sag everywhere. Even in the patterns of the citation. Suppose some cases you put latest citation in front and old citation back. So arrange all the places where you cite like this. Suppose in a bracket, you give 3 citations. One is 2010, 15, and 20. So if you can follow descending 10, 15, 20, follow whole the article in the same pattern. Or if you give the opposite, follow same pattern. And language, British or American, follow 1. Okay. Number below 10 should be spelled out. 10 write TEN, don't put 10 or 7 SEVN like this, spell out. Above 10, okay, fine. Okay, don't write shortcut or spoken form of English. So don't write don't here. Or yeah, or and, or can't like this. Don't go for short term. And do not capitalize unnecessary. This is another problem. Too much capitalization. Every word, capital word. They don't understand what should be capital word and what should be the normal word. Don't capitalize everything if it is very emergency, essential, or name. Okay. Avoid the conjunction at the beginning of every sentence. You start the sentence with the and they said no. You start the sentence for or yet or so, but try to avoid them. And then use proper punctuation. Know what is dash, what is comma, what is semicolon, what is full stop. Take care about grammaticals and typo error. Okay. Avoid ambiguity word. You use some twisting word that can be either way or another way. Don't do it. Make clear message. Okay. And avoid pronouns like it, that, this. It is very difficult to understand which this mean, which this you're referring to. You're referring to lots. Which one mean by this? So try to be clear. Okay, it is not to be clear what are you referring. Then focus on the good content with good flow of readability. Once I feel it is boring, I don't understand this sentence to this sentence, how we shift it, then gone. Make it precise. Don't elaborate 10 lines just on one sentence. What I can say in one line. It's not a poetry. It's not a storytelling, fairy telling. Don't make it long. Okay, finally, check by native professional language editor. This is very important. Check it by native editor. Otherwise, it's instantly rejected. It will instantly rejected. But it is another problematic case. We don't understand or we don't have money, and we also don't want to negotiate, communicate, and nobody tell this thing. Okay, the main body of the manuscript. Oh, this is one problem I mentioned before. My manuscript was 11,000. They make it 4,000. Okay, that's a very problematic. Make the manuscript around 6,000. When you write it, keep in mind the body should be 6,000, and including everything, table, graph, references must not be more than 8,000. If you have in this pattern in your mind, you arrange it in this way. So if you make it larger, when you reduce, when you improve the article, you can reduce the size, but you must care on this issue for the very beginning. total similarity report, very important. Top journal must be below 10%. Too difficult. Too difficult to manage 10%. But not for everybody. Those who are the established researchers, they know how to make it below 10%. So you should know how similarity pattern works. So reduce it below 10%. That's why there are lots of things you need to work with somebody. Otherwise, you actually cannot know. We also learn it by working with the people. Otherwise, without guru, nobody cannot learn. So, and no more 1% from any individual source. If you go down of the similarity report, the first one is 5%, second one is 3%. No, everyone must be maximum 1%. No sources is not more than 1%. And even it should not be traceable. So no plagiarism meaning not a full sentence. You cannot copy not a full sentence, even not a long phrase from a sentence. And property is not traceable. So software cannot trace at all from where. That's a very important. Many journals refund it, at least in case of the very top journal, they must send it back. Even they send back only 2 phrases is understandable from which source it is come. We remove it, revise it. So then we finally make it 7%. You understand? Make an article 7%. It's terrible, terrible thing. Okay, very careful about abstract, because editor read abstract. First 2 and last 2 paragraph of introduction section, editor read this, and the first paragraph of conclusion section. Editor just look this only 10 seconds, 20 seconds in every place. Within 1 minute, they give the decision, send to review report or desk rejection. So this is very important, how you can overcome the editor. So very focused on this few paragraphs. And okay, how to start working? Not in this pattern, title, keyword, abstract. No, start with figure and tables. First, draw your figure and tables. This is your analysis. First draw, then write the method. Okay, then result, then go discussion and draw the conclusion, then go for literature review, and then finally draw the introduction. Introduction should cover what you already proved. So you must, introduction is a very tricky part. There's the problem statement, there's the motivation, there's the nobility. So you should be very careful on introduction and write it at last part. And then adjust citation in discussion. So previous discussion has without citation because you have not done the literature review. Then after introduction, you add the discussion with the references. Then write the abstract, end of the everything. Then title. Title is comes after the very catchy word. Then keyword, acknowledgement, reference. This is nothing like a rule or law you need to follow, but you can follow. It's optional. Everything is optional. Okay, then see more article in your target journals and always keep some good articles in your formatting and referencing a list. So if you download 5 articles like the review article, 5 from a cross-section article, 5 from time series article, so you always look at them. Or suppose 5 from the policy brief article. So whenever you read article, in which discipline doesn't matter, copy it and keep it as your reference article. So you get the idea time to time how to deal the referencing, formatting, how to deal the issue and which direction it should go. After finalizing the manuscript, make several files. One file is titled with the author details and biography. Highlight separate file, abstract and graphical abstract separate file, blind manuscript separate file, and blind manuscript should include the title and abstract and main body and references. And the table another file, figure another file, full manuscript including author another file, cover letter another file, list of reviewer. Make a list of reviewers, 6 reviewer come later on. And declarations statement including cover letter. Maybe you can include the declaration statement in the cover letter or title page or outside the manuscript before reference section or inside the manuscript before reference section. Then okay, that's all done.
Apology, Dr. Mahmood. I think
Finish. I'm done. Thank you so much.
yes, okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you so much,
I
Dr.
tried my
Mohammed.
best to go 100 kilo per hour. Huh?
You did well. Actually, in the chat box, everyone like really thankful to you. Okay, thank you for sharing all these tips and knowledge and everything. So I think that's all for today. Okay, see you guys again tomorrow. Okay, inshallah we will start sharp at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we are going to use the same link, yeah, for tomorrow's event. Tomorrow is about how to choose the best journals, etc. Right, Dr. Mahmud?
After listening to what you present today, it can be concluded that your presentation today is well organized, well informed, and easy to understand a lot of things relating to academic issue. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome to come and listen. And you have lots of patience.
Yeah.
Lots of patience. Thank you everyone for your kind patience and attendance.
So I think that's all for today. Okay, see you guys again tomorrow. Those who still haven't filled up the attendance form, okay, please do so. Okay, so that we know where to improve, etc., etc. Okay, so thank you again, Dr. Mahmud, on behalf of Ari, on behalf of all the participants. Okay, you can look at the chat box, Dr. Mahmud. Everyone like congratulates you, thanks to you. Okay, so thank you again. Okay, see you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
Yes.
See you tomorrow.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Just